Okay, I think we are live and we are waiting for the case to start. As usual, courts never, ever start on time. And we're supposed to have a field trip today, so we'll have a break in the middle of this. And the judge and the attorneys and everybody else are going to go visit the house that was Kelsey's house. But yeah, now it's owned by other people. So they're going to be walking around. All these people will be walking around through someone else's house. Well, someone else's house now. So hopefully they cleaned up, don't have anything embarrassing left out. Or maybe it's someone else owns it and no one else is occupying it. I don't know. But, and of course, the jury members who want to, not jury members, I'm sorry, we have no jury. This is a trial only court, or case judge only court. But the witnesses, people who want to see, watch, are going to be severely handicapped in the number of people who can follow around in the incredibly huge, not small house that has all this room in the bedrooms, not for, whoop, we got something going. Oh, right, we got something going here, folks. We're going. Hang on, let me get rid of this. Or do we got something going? What happened here? There we go.
77th CR 311, scheduled for today for continued jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, Kate.
And they're back to only one speaker only working. Let me get that fixed.
Your Honor, Martha Copley for the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Good morning.
Anthony Brayley, Mark, Ms. Fitzsimmons, Sheila, this letter, and assessor with me as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the summary. I appreciate it. You can have a seat. So I wanted to talk about a couple of administrative matters. One is on the view. I've decided that the most efficient, transparent way to handle the travel to and from the view is to do it like we do a jury trial. That is that I intend to order a bus, and the attorneys, the court staff, the defendant
Now it's a
will
real field trip.
all travel
Like
together
a
on
bus.
that bus, like we do during a jury trial, along with our court officers. I think
Sound
that
good?
it,
My volume there.
it lends to some transparency, but also I think it will be an efficient
I
way to
came a little more
travel over
prepared
there
for
so
the
that
crap audio.
whatever escort, whatever arrangements are made, I'm not suggesting that I get involved in that, but whatever arrangements are made for security, that we just are in one place. Again, it's what we do for jury trials, so let's do it that way. As for the timing, if I can, I'm assuming we'll go tomorrow morning, or whenever you folks work it out. Just work out the time with Mr. Ruane so he can get the bus schedule, but we do have a reservation-ish right now, reserved for tomorrow morning. I would suggest that that we, like in a jury trial, we gather in the courtroom. Mr. Ruane announces the case, and then we adjourn for the view and return to the courtroom, et cetera. So that would be the procedure. Also, after thinking about it on media and public access, or whatever, not access, but the public attending, the crowd control, basically, for lack of a better word. I think that after thinking about it, it's not my place. I think that I don't intend to issue an order. The state police and the local police always do what they do, and they do it well, and they don't need me meddling. And it occurred to me that when I mentioned yesterday about having some space, order order requiring some space between folks, I was really thinking of jurors and all that. So again, unless you folks think I need to order it, I think that the law enforcement are skilled at these things, know how to handle it, and they can use their normal discretion. The media typically is allowed to film things, and it should be public in that way. But do you folks believe that I need to order something more specific than that?
No.
Okay. No. Okay. All right. So, and then the last thing is administratively is I emailed you folks this morning. I took a crack at I'd like to have some starting point for when we have our charge conference, when we discuss the law, law of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. And so what I did is I just basically formulated what would be a jury instruction as a starting point. It was December. Email, but you also should have been left physical copies. Mr. Ruane has marked that item as Exhibit C for identification, and we'll just work off of that. And I think that will be the most efficient way. And then lastly, schedule. Commonwealth, you're going to be calling witnesses, one witness, okay. And then you'll be ready to proceed into the defense case? Yes. Okay. All right, let's proceed. Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Man, we're off. Gonna boost their audio. Hopefully mine's good. We'll have to
Raise your right
compare
hand.
it.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat. Pull yourself right up to that mic. Yes, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is David Strong, S-T-R-O-N-G.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a sergeant in the Mass State Police.
How long have you been employed by the Massachusetts State Police?
14 years.
And if you could just give us a brief chronology of your assignments while on the State Police.
Yes, I graduated the State Police Academy March 2012. I was assigned to patrol. 2018, began working out of the State Police Detective Unit. And then in 2025, I was promoted sergeant.
And is that the State Police Detective Unit assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And as a trooper assigned to, and then as a sergeant assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office, what are your day-to-day responsibilities?
We conduct death investigations, homicides, suspicious deaths, unattended deaths, non-fatal shootings or stabbings, as well as officer-involved shootings.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of 2025. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was the on-call supervisor.
And what's it mean to be the on-call supervisor?
For 1 week a month, we supervise the troopers. If they have any questions or if there's a homicide or a serious event, then we'll go out to assist.
And at some point during that, was it a Monday?
Yes.
And at some point during the day, did you get a call from one of your troopers?
I did.
And as a result of that phone call, what information did you learn about what you would be doing next?
I learned that there was an officer-involved shooting in North Andover. So I responded along with my detective lieutenant, as well as crime scene services and ballistics.
And a number of other troopers that you supervised?
Yes. Several other troopers from my office also responded.
Do you remember about what time of day, what address did you respond to?
125 Phillips Brook Road.
And about what time of day did you arrive?
I believe I arrived at around 6 p.m.
And what was the state of the address at 125 Phillips Brook Road when you arrived?
The residence was taped off. There's a perimeter outside the house.
And who was at the scene at that time?
At that time, it was just North Andover PD.
And effectively what happened once the Massachusetts State Police arrived?
I joined Trooper Ortiz, who also works in my office, and we took control of the scene.
And what was one of the first things that you did while on scene?
I was given a brief summary by Lieutenant Daly about what had occurred.
And after learning from Lieutenant Daly about what occurred, what did you do next?
I bet.
I drafted a search warrant for the residence.
And at some point, was the search warrant authorized by the court?
Yes.
And at that point, did you and members of the Firearms Identification Squad, Crime Scene Unit, and other troopers from the DA's office enter the house?
Yes,
And did you participate in the search of the residence?
I did.
And did you, at some point, focus on one particular room?
Yes.
And what was that room?
It was the bedroom on the second floor.
And was that the bedroom to the right or to the left?
To the right.
The smaller bedroom. The larger bedroom, they made the baby room.
John, I'm showing you exhibit 51. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
It's a green-colored chest, as well as a chair and a box.
So the green colored chest you're referring to is this item here?
Yes.
And where was that in relation to the layout of the room?
It would be to your immediate left when you went to the room.
And is this the red box you're referring to?
Yes,
And is that the chair that you saw that day?
it is.
At some point, did other members of the search team open the green chest?
Yes.
Of course. Paper.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, will there be objections?
No, they're not.
Okay, all right, so let's
Filters, people.
just have them
Get a
marked
high pass and a low pass.
and admitted.
Just size of a dongle. Just plug them in when you need.
Exhibit 97,
Get the hardware.
So
Not the
mark.
software works better.
Exhibit 98, so mark.
It was a 98,
97?
97 and 98. Okay. Thank you.
May I declare that, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Showing you exhibit 97, Sergeant Strong. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
That's the inside of the orange-colored chest. With 2 firearms and firearms case.
That looks a little staged.
Is the firearm case the black box?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you or other members of your team move those items?
Yes.
And where did you move them to?
To the bed.
Move it to the where?
The bed.
The bed.
Showing you exhibit 98.
That is
What's
not
depicted in
for
exhibit
service.
98?
It's a firearm that was located inside of the box, the gun box.
So that was
I doubt
was
her
what was
service
in the
issue would have
closed box in the
uh,
green chest.
Yes.
that
And
decoration
what
on
are
the handle.
these items here to the left?
Those were the other 2 firearms that were inside that same chest.
So there were 2 firearms, total of 3 firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Something armor bay. No.
Trooper Sergeant, you know what kind of firearms these were?
I believe they were all 6 hours.
Oh.
And do you know what happened to the firearms after they were photographed?
Yes, the trooper assigned to my office recovered them and secured them in our evidence.
And is that where they are today?
Yes.
About to say yesterday they were all Glocks.
May I have one, Your Honor?
I made a joke about one being a stick.
Okay.
Well, they were all okay. Well, more guns.
Trooper Strong, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper, you're the lead investigator on the case from the state police, correct?
I am.
And you're a sergeant detective,
Yes, sir.
and you work at the Essex County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Part of your job is to investigate officer-involved shootings?
That's one of them, yes.
Yes. Okay. And do you also do homicides?
What's that?
Do you investigate homicides as
Yes,
well?
sir.
And in this case, when was it first brought to your attention that there was an officer-involved shooting?
So the on-call trooper received the call about the shooting, and then he called me.
And who was the on-call officer?
We Trooper Ortiz.
And when you received that call, what did you first do?
I notified my detective lieutenant, and we responded to the scene.
Is that Detective Lieutenant DeMeo?
Yes, sir.
And what time was the shooting?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Was it approximately 6 p.m.?
Around there.
And what time did you arrive?
Probably 25 minutes after I received the call, 30 minutes after I received the call.
All right, 6:30-ish, about
Yes.
6:30. Okay. What did you see when you got there?
The house was taped off, and there were detectives and police officers standing outside.
Now, I'm going to ask you to distinguish between North Andover police officers and state police officers.
Okay.
When you got there, who was in control of the crime scene?
At that time, Trooper Ortiz was there first, and I arrived.
Do you know when Trooper Ortiz got there?
It must have been 5 or 10 minutes before I got there.
All right, so doing the math, it's about probably 20 minutes where the North Andover police have exclusive control of the crime scene.
Yeah, approximately.
Did you recognize or know any of the North Andover police officers that were there?
No, sir.
Did you recognize or know the chief of police for North Andover?
No, sir.
Did you meet any North Andover police officers when you were there?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Okay. Who's in charge of that crime scene in this circumstance? Is it the North Andover police or the Mass State Police?
Mass State Police.
Okay. And as a practical matter, as we said to you, that transfer could only happen when a state trooper gets there, right?
Yes.
And the first trooper's there about 6:20, probably,
Yeah, approximately.
and then you get there around 6:30.
Yes.
And what was what happened with respect to kind of taking over the crime scene?
We just made sure the house was secured. Nobody was inside. Nobody crossed the tape line, the perimeter. And then we knew that we needed to draft a search warrant.
Okay. When you got there, did you go in the house?
No.
When did you first go in the house?
Once we got a search warrant.
Were there any North Andover police officers in the house?
No.
And when you were there, anyway?
Correct.
Do you know if that was by coincidence or by some order of someone that nobody be in the house, or what?
It was by an order. Everybody knew that we were writing a search warrant, and everybody knew not to be in the house.
Okay. When you first got there, what did you do while you were there before you worked on the search warrant?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Where did that occur?
It was in this kind of near the school, outside of the house.
Was it on the school property or was it on the house property?
It was in the school. It would have been the street, so
The sidewalk or something?
yeah.
Okay. Was there any mention, to your knowledge or awareness, of any invocation of the town policy regarding drug testing?
No.
No conversation about that at all?
No.
Did you speak with Officer Noonan at the scene?
No.
Where was Officer Noonan?
He wasn't on the scene.
Do you know what happened to him?
I believe he went to the hospital.
Okay. And do you know any circumstances about that?
I do know.
And you know that that's a common occurrence when there's an officer-involved shooting. The officer is always taken to the hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's a precaution, but it also gets him out of investigative scrutiny, doesn't it?
I think it's policy.
So then you decided to
That's the shell
obtain a
game.
search warrant, and the reasons for that were what? That the person that was shot owns the house, and they're not around to consent. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
At some
Sorry.
point, Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged with assault as well as assault with intent to murder, right? Assault, I should say it better. Assault by means of a dangerous weapon and assault with intent to murder. Officer Noonan, correct?
What's the relevance?
Well, it goes to what the investigators did, judge, potential investigator bias, that they overcharged the case. What happened at the scene, I think it's pretty basic. What did they charge her with?
Okay, why, how is that relevant to me as the
That's
fact
prosecutor.
finder in determining whether the Commonwealth met its burden on the charge that resulted? So,
I think it just goes to
That's all
potential
prosecutor.
investigator bias, wherever it may be
Cops don't
found.
have
I
any
think it
say.
goes to how they
Say.
perceive the
It doesn't matter to
situation
anything.
early on. It's part of the case. It's part of the
Good warning.
circumstances of the case, Your Honor.
all right, I'll tell you what, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can make a proffer if you want to protect the record, but I'm going to sustain the.
Okay, that's it, Judge, just for those issues. Thank you.
Thanks.
So Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged,
Yes.
and that was on what date?
It was
I don't want to quiz you. How about July 3rd?
July 3rd, yes, sir.
Okay. A few days later.
Yes.
Okay. And on July 3rd, had you talked to Officer Noonan?
Yes.
Was that the first time you talked to him?
Yes.
And where was that?
North End Police Department.
And what were the circumstances of that?
We met in a conference room at the police department. It was myself and Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo, as well as an attorney.
Any recording?
And that was an interview that was recorded on your body camera, correct?
Yes.
And the body camera obviously takes video and takes audio, right?
Yes.
And now in that interview, you put your body camera on the desk, right?
Yes.
And you didn't put the body camera on the person you were interviewing, though, right?
Oh, we got a shot of the
I don't
roof.
recall exactly where
Ceiling?
I was facing when I put it down.
So, but don't you know that we don't have video of any of these officers when they're
something to do.
testifying from your body camera?
Interview?
Yes, I'm sorry, when they're interviewed. Thank you.
I tried to do them all consistently. I think I put it in the center of the table.
So you know that Noonan's not on video when he's testifying, right?
Yes.
So that was a deliberate decision you made to not video the witness that you were interviewing?
No.
Because, I mean, isn't it important to kind of see the witness's demeanor, reactions to questions, their emotional state when you have a body camera?
I felt it was just as important to get the audio as well as everybody else in the room.
What?
And in this case, Trooper Strong, you wrote a report that's kind of like what we call a PC report, right?
For the
You know, like
facts?
terminology? Right.
Yes.
You, is that your only report in the case?
No, I drafted several reports.
Okay. And in terms of the report for court, you sort of encapsulated the statements of all the other people in the case, right?
I believe I summarized 3.
Just gonna use the chit-chat.
Yeah.
Showing you Exhibit 51. So it's fair to say that Exhibit 51 shows the door frame of the bedroom where the shooting happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And it shows this chest right here that I'm pointing to.
Yes.
The firearms, you observed those extra firearms that were in the chest, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say those firearms had nothing to do with the shooting in that room, right?
Yes.
So that's like a chest. It has leather trim on it, right?
Yes.
It it has kind of a top that swings back and opens up,
Yes,
and it has some stuff on it right now anyway in the picture whenever that was taken.
correct.
Are you aware of when that picture was taken?
I am not.
And it's fair to say that the end of the chest kind of lines up with the door frame, right?
Very close.
So to get into that chest, you don't really need to disappear behind the door frame, do you?
I don't know, sir.
I mean, there's a chair there as well, right?
I'm not sure where the chair was at the time.
Okay, but it's there in the picture, right?
It's there in the picture.
And the pictures are offered as evidence of the crime scene, right?
Yes.
May I have one moment, please?
Yeah, take your time.
I still don't see how she was able to leap from her knees into the air over to the corner where she would still be completely visible to the officer, materialize a firearm without him seeing any of this, despite the fact it's like right there 2-3 feet from him, and materialize a gun, firearm, and stick it in his face. So just her ability to leap from being almost seated, like one foot under, or one leg under her body and one leg out on the floor, sorting laundry, to action hero. Must be nice to have Avenger skills when you need them. And also the cloak of mystery that prevents people from
So I just want to get the
doorway
time
from
frames
going like
down
this
when you were at the scene, okay?
and seeing.
So you arrived there around 6:30,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And then you think Ortiz is there 6:20.
Yes.
When do you leave to go prepare the search warrant?
I read the search warrant in my cruiser.
Okay, on the scene.
Yes, sir.
And how long do you figure that takes you?
2 hours, approximately.
2 hours to write a search warrant that you're doing from your cruiser to e-file, as it were, to
Then
a judge.
you, what did you do when you had the search warrant drafted?
Contacted the clerk.
Did you involve any assistant district attorney from the Essex DA's office?
Did I involve one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I believe on scene.
On scene? Who was on scene?
ADA Guptosi, Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo.
Did you have to go anywhere for the search warrant, or did you do that electronically?
I believe it's electronically.
With
and
DJ
you-
right there.
Emailed it to the clerk. Do you know when you emailed it to the clerk?
I do not.
When did you get approval?
It was sometime before midnight.
And while you were there,
Midnight.
were you, obviously you're busy writing a search warrant, you have a lot to do. Were you also taking note here and there of any traffic into the house?
Nope.
No.
Were you, did you know whether anyone from the North Andover PD went in and out of the house while you were writing the search warrant?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there an order in place and you said everybody knew about it to not go in the house?
Yes.
So was that order, fair to say, as far as you're concerned, that order's in place the entire time you're drafting the search warrant, getting approval, waiting to get it back, right?
Yes.
And so it's fair to say that no North Andover officers were supposed to be in the house from the time you got there, and that's presumably when you gave the order?
They never went back to the house after I got there.
Okay.
At any
You
point.
had
And
an
then no one went
officer
back
with
in
a
the
log.
house. And then once you had approval from the clerk on the search warrant, you went in the house very late.
Yes.
And
Or
so
where the
what
house
time
has
did you get in the
cameras.
I don't recall. I believe it was just before midnight.
Okay, I can see why it took 2 hours to get hold of somebody.
Who went in the house with you?
Benson Services, Ballistics, and other members from Essex SPDU, State Police Detective Unit.
Did any North Andover officers go in the house?
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yeah, take your time.
If they used any of those 3D laser scanners for the room. Probably not. I'm saying, nope. That would be useful. They probably don't have one of those either. No body cams. I forget the name of whatever that, the laser scanner they put in the room, and it makes a complete digital accurate copy of the room. And the hallway and the house where you need it.
Thank you
So-
very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any recross? Sorry. Redirect.
One issue. John, you asked about the timing of the search warrant that you conducted at 125 Phillipsbrook Road. Do you remember?
Yes.
And is your memory exhausted as to the exact time that the search was conducted?
Yes,
Would reviewing a report related to the search warrant refresh your memory?
it would.
Yeah, Rich?
Yeah.
So direct your attention to paragraph 1.
Yes.
What time did you and other members of the Massachusetts State Police start the execution of the search warrants?
Approximately 11 p.m.
No further questions.
Any, I'm sorry?
No question.
Okay, just for clarification, Sergeant, so the search warrant was approved by a judicial official.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
Was it, do you recall what court the person was from?
No, it wasn't Lawrence,
I'm sorry?
Essex County. It was a
Okay,
different
just
command.
for clarification,
Yes, sir.
Sergeant,
Yes, sir.
and
is it fair to
the
say
search
that I
warrant
had
was
no
approved by,
involvement?
in reviewing or approving that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Ruane, when you mentioned something about a clerk, had no involvement in the issuance or review of that search warrant?
He did not.
Counsel, either side wish to follow up on that?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you very much,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant. You may step down. Commonwealth, you call your next witness? Right, the Commonwealth Russ. All right, and is there a motion? Okay.
I'll stand on the papers.
All right, so it's paper 90. You've been provided, Commonwealth, a copy?
Yeah.
All right, defendant's motion for a required finding and not guilty. Let me just read it. All right, and Mr. Bader, did you want to be heard on the motion? Okay, all right, the motion is denied. And the defense, you can call your first witness.
Yes, we're going to call Ms. Maureen Teresi.
Maureen Teresi.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cognizant hearing shall be the
Dude,
truth?
put an elbow in
the whole
there
truth,
during
and
the
nothing
straight
but
out.
truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good morning.
A good
You can have a
visual
seat
there.
and pull
Just
yourself
get
right
a,
up
get
to
a,
that
get a
mic.
little elbow in the I swear as opposed to the
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Maureen Torrisi, Torrisi,
And where do you live?
in North Andover.
Okay, do you live in a condo complex there?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I am a stay-at-home mom, I guess.
That's
I guess
a
I'm
living.
retired.
What are you retired from?
The construction industry and home staging, design.
How long have you been retired?
I closed my business, I think, 3 or 4 years. 3 years ago, I had
You're
a
gonna
large
Be
staging
an expert
business.
on that.
How long have you lived in your condo complex in North
Question
Andover?
mark.
Since 2014.
Do you have a dog?
A dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I have 2.
And do you walk the dog around the complex from time to time?
Every
Do
day.
you like long walks on a beach?
Do you, in the course of walking your dog, have you ever made the acquaintance of one of your neighbors named Mr. Noonan?
I have.
And do you know who that is generally?
Uh-oh.
I do.
And how do you know him?
Walking the dogs. I knew him as Duke's father,
And
which
Duke
is
is a
Duke is
dog.
his dog's
Oh,
name. I've spoken, just in passing. The dogs interact and, just
they're going to bring the dog into court for
General-
a witness.
talking about the dogs and,
Sure.
and whatever. So I had spoken to him a few times and his wife, about the dogs and just general
Neighbors
stuff.
making small talk.
Absolutely.
Okay. And back in August of 2025, you had engaged him in some conversation about what was going on at the North Andover PD, right?
I did.
And is that what you said to him by way of initiating the conversation?
I did, yes.
Is it
The
really
beginning
a
of it was
CF?
just I had a razzing relationship with him, just regarding things going on in the world. And so what I started with is, how do you like what's going on, in the world today or whatever? And he's like, I love it. And then I had asked, what's going on with North Andover, the town of North Andover? And
What were you referring to when you said that to him?
what was going on at the department,
An issue?
as far as, the shooting, the cop being shot.
Oh,
Did he?
And he first said, what do you mean? And I said, well, that press conference, the first press conference that was given made no sense. And at that time he said, I'm the shooter.
What he said? I'm the shooter.
He said, I'm the shooter.
And what did you take that to mean?
I'm a shooter.
I said to him that he was the one that shot the other officer, is what I took that to mean.
Right. And then what happened?
I had asked him if, first I said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I know when police officers have to discharge their weapons, it affects them. And I can't imagine having to do that with a colleague.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the end of that.
I said I couldn't imagine having to do that to a colleague.
What did he
Like-
say?
And he had said to me that sorry, I'm a little nervous. He had said that there was no choice to it. He had no choice, that he had to, she had the gun pointed at him when he came into the bedroom.
When he came into the bedroom?
And
Did he use any
He said
certain
that-
pejorative about her?
I'm sorry?
Did he use any certain pejorative about her?
I
What did he call it?
A pejorative.
What did he call her?
Mhm.
Well, He didn't call her that at that time. He explained very briefly what had happened. And he said that when he came into the room, she had the gun pointed at him, and that it clicked. She clicked it, and I said, so there was no bullet there, and he said it clicked, and that he wasn't going to let her get a second shot off, and that he had to shoot her. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I had asked why they went to her house. The three of them went to the house instead of having her go to the station.
Oh.
And why wouldn't they, if they were going to the house to take a baby, why wouldn't they have had some social services there with them?
Get him, girl.
And he said, well, she's a fucking whack job. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
You have to say what was said.
Okay.
And-
And he said that she's an effing
You can say fucking.
whack job.
So was that in response to you saying, why didn't you have social services go to the house?
Yeah. And I was like, wow. That word is used.
Jack.
A lot in Massachusetts.
So not what was said so much,
Okay.
but did you engage back with him about the let's say the propriety of that usage?
I did.
After that, did you end the conversation with him?
There was a little more conversation, and then it ended. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. How did you get involved in this case?
That's
How did I get
correct.
involved in it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, no. How did they know you heard this?
Objection relevant.
After the conversation that we had, I was shocked by it. I didn't even know Pat's first name
But how did you contact someone?
I did. A little bit after we had the conversation, probably a week afterwards, I did contact somebody.
Who?
Mike Crawford, that I knew was in contact with the defense, and, because I think there was a hearing, I'm not sure, but I know that Mike was in contact with them, and I contacted Mike.
And so when was this? When was this conversation?
With Mike,
No, with this conversation with Pat.
it was August 20th.
August 20th.
Yeah.
You were interested in this case from the beginning, right?
I'm sorry?
You were interested in this case from the beginning, weren't you?
No, I mean, I was interested in what was going on in my town, yes.
You're on Maureen Sullivan's
I am.
and you post, and you make comments to newspaper articles, don't you?
About this?
Yeah.
I could have? Yeah,
Okay, can I
sure.
put you on?
Yes, you've shown it to defense.
Yeah, they have a copy. Well, that's you, right? You reposted something on July 10th, correct?
When was this? July 10th. Okay, yeah.
And what did you repost?
I
Beware of
mean, what do
social
you mean? What did
media.
I repost? It's
Yeah, it's a simple
article from
question.
I'm sorry, it's an article from, looks like a post from Mike Crawford. I
Right,
reposted that.
you reposted that. but
Yes.
What did you repost?
I can't see it. Like, what's the context of
I mean,
Mike's?
you did it.
I understand that.
What is that?
Hold on, please. I'm not raising my voice, anything more than to have a timeout, but hold on a second, ma'am. Just wait for, and Mr. Gubitosi has to do the same. We can't have two people speaking over each other. So Mr. Gubitosi, why don't you ask the question again? All right, thank you.
You don't remember what you reposted?
I can't see, no.
Okay,
From
Mrs.
July 10th, I can't read my point being is, I'm sorry, I can't see it, is my problem.
If I may, for the witness, exhibit it up here, maybe if it's bigger.
Any objection?
I don't see the relevance of this, Joe. I object.
Well,
Foundation as to why my events are state of
But-
mind.
all right, let's first things first, let's mark it for ID.
And I can't read it either. For the record. The last statements.
Exhibit E for identification.
Okay. All right, now, I guess my question for Mr. Gubitosi is, why would the, putting it on the screen,
I just want
allow
Jerry
it
to
to be
see
more
it.
legible?
Well, it may be bigger. After it go up to the screen to look at. Maybe it won't.
Is there an objection?
I can't read it, so I don't know what it says, so I don't know what I should object to.
All right, so let's take it a step at a time. So, you can, put it on the screen, she can take a look and just yes or no whether it allows her to read it. You can get off the stand and approach the screen if you'd like. I'm sorry, Mr. Ruane, that was exhibit what?
E.
Read the big print.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Attorney Tim Brado of North Andover Police use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay, and so it's a statement. Oh, I'll let you get back at the.
Just for the record, I could not hear what she just said. I
couldn't
I
hear
should
it.
read it from here, the big,
Okay. I'm
Right,
gonna
it's
ask-
just my eyesight's horrible.
Sure.
yeah, I just can't read the text. Says Attorney Tim Bradle on North Andover Police use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer Kelsey
Okay, so
Fitzgibbon.
you reposted
Simmons.
the statement that Attorney Bradle made about the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you comment about news articles also, correct?
I have no idea. What,
Okay, may I
what do you,
put you again, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you and just ask if you can look and see if you recognize that. What's that date?
August 14th.
Okay, and do you see something that you wrote?
Just yes or no?
Just,
Yeah.
yes, that's my name. And yes, this is it's a comment.
It's a comment
To
that
a
you
post.
made to an article, correct?
Excuse me.
Well,
Hold on, Mrs. Mark it for ID, please. And, Mr. Bradley, you've seen this?
I have.
Okay,
Exhibit F, Samar.
thank you.
So August 14th, you comment,
I did.
and you read what you said.
Can I read it?
Can you read out loud what you said?
Oh, sure.
Oof.
Joseph LaHood, I'm commenting too.
Sure.
Yeah. Got proof or evidence of this narrative? This incident was a setup from the get-go. Their narrative will not pass the smell test. I hope all involved are ready for their tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. Ask Norfolk County, Mass State Police, and Canton Police are doing these days. We have just begun.
So we have just begun. So you feel like you have a stake in this game?
Not at all.
You feel that you're akinning this to the Karen Reed trial, right?
She just did.
Yes.
That there's a cover-up.
Well, not that there's a cover-up.
Well, those were your words, weren't they?
I don't know. Is that what it says in there? I forget what that says in there.
a setup from the get-go, right?
Correct.
And tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. And then you mentioned Norfolk, Mass State Police,
Yep.
and the Canton Police.
I did.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. So a couple.
Well, yeah, it's the judicial system seems to be going awry, and there's more eyes on this now.
Sorry, Judge.
I'm going to show you something else. I'm sorry.
Let's have that mark on your way up. Thanks.
Careful what you're showing.
Mark this identification page.
Exhibit G, Lamar.
Thank you. Can you first look at it and see if you recognize it?
Sure.
So look at the first page. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Okay. Can you flip to the second page and see if you made a comment?
Yep, I sure did.
Can you read the first page?
The post itself?
Yeah.
It's from the North Andover Police Department. Today is National Police Women's Day. Please join us in recognizing Sergeant Katie. Do you
If
want
you
me to
can't
spell
read
it?
the last name, that's fine. Okay.
Okay. Sergeant Julie Nigro and School Resource Officer Stephanie Rizzo. They have over 43 years of combined experience, and it shows. As all three demonstrate strong leadership inside and outside our department walls. We appreciate their immense dedication to helping both residents and visitors in the North Andover community every day. Thank you for your service.
And you commented on that, correct?
I sure did.
What did you say?
I sure did.
Wow, let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues.
Have nothing else.
Read your rep. All right. All right, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the defendant calls Lauren Page.
Mark.
Excuse me.
Would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now with hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That seat right there, you pull yourself right up to the mic.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Mrs. Page. I'm going to ask you to give your full name, first name, last name, and spell it, mostly for our stenographer, if you can do that.
Sure. Lauren Page, Lauren, Page, Page.
Okay, I'm just also going to note that because the windows are open, occasionally we have fire trucks go by. So if we hear that, we'll stop our conversations. Okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Mrs. Page, you are the mother of Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And you have to say yes or no again for the stenographer.
Yes.
And what's she wearing today?
A white blazer.
Can I have the record reflect, Your Honor, that this witness has identified her daughter as the defendant?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, Kelsey's father is Stephen Fitzsimmons. Is that correct?
Yes.
Firm donor.
And is he your ex-husband?
Yes.
No.
And you are now
Oh,
married
sorry.
to William
Excuse me.
Page, is that
I
correct?
retract that. My bad.
Can you tell us just roughly, you were together with William Page since 2011, and then you've been married since 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have another child besides Kelsey with Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that right?
Yes.
And who is that?
Stephen Jr.
And is he 6 years older than Kelsey?
Yes.
Your husband, Will Page, also has 2 children from a prior marriage, is that correct?
Correct.
And who are they?
Madison Page and William Page.
Okay. And how old are those children?
Madison will be 18 on the 31st of this month, and Willie is 20.
Okay. And those families are friendly, are they not?
Yes.
Where did you grow up, Mrs. Page, and go to high school?
Arlington, Mass.
And did you have education after high school?
Yes, I did a 2-year paralegal program at Aquinas Junior College in Newton.
And did you become employed after school?
I did. I worked for Shawmut Bank.
Okay. And in general, what was the nature of that first job you had?
Teller assistant manager. Excuse me.
And since that time, you've been employed, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you live now, Mrs. Page?
Methuen, Mass.
And I won't ask you the address, we don't need that. And where do you work now?
I work for Sullivan Mechanical. It's in Wilmington.
In Wilmington. And how far away is your home from the North Andover home where Kelsey Fitzsimmons lived in June of 2025?
8 minutes.
And how about your place of work? How far away is that?
20.
Kelsey went to college, did she not?
Yes, she did.
And after that, did you stay close with her?
Yes.
Close to her today?
I'm sorry?
Are you close with her also
Oh,
today?
yes. Yes.
And did Kelsey live in Methuen with you and Mr. Page, his son and daughter, from before Christmas 2025 until recently?
Yes.
When Kelsey finished college, did she do about 1.5 years of law school?
Yes.
And you're aware she applied to become a corrections officer in Essex County, is that correct?
Yes.
And she served as an Essex corrections officer before she went to the North Andover PD.
She did.
And all during that time, you were close in contact with her. Fair to say she was in your life, you were in hers?
Absolutely.
Okay. And again, what town do you and Will live in now?
Same, Methuen.
In Methuen. Okay. At some time, did Kelsey move to North Andover?
Yes.
And did she first have an apartment and then bought a house? Is that right?
Yes.
Where did Kelsey live when she served as a corrections officer?
Her apartment in North Andover.
And again, how far away is that from where you lived in Methuen and where you live now?
8-10 minutes.
Close drive, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that your daughter Kelsey was engaged to Justin Alayan, did you not?
I did.
And you also knew that Kelsey had a child, of course, is that right?
Yes.
And that Justin was the father.
Yes.
You knew they were planning to get married in October of 2025?
Yes.
And did you know her fiance's parents, sister, just yes or no?
Yes.
You had met them upon occasion and socialized with them, is that right?
Yes.
And you knew that they lived in Stowe, Massachusetts, is that also correct?
Correct.
During this time that your daughter had her baby Caden, did you ever babysit for him?
We did, yes.
And could you just tell generally, what kind of baby was he? Fussy, calm? Can you give us a description of the baby?
Caden was very easygoing, very happy baby.
Easy to take care of?
Yes.
And generally, in your experience, when did he cry?
If he needed to eat?
When he was hungry?
Yes.
And when you, I'm going to draw your attention now to June 30th, 2025. And we're going to focus on that day. Caden's about 4 months old, is that right?
Yes.
At that time? And where was Caden living at the time on June 30th, 2025?
Phillipsbrook Road in North Andover.
With Kelsey, is that
Kelsey,
correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Page, did you know that Kelsey had been cleared to go back to work in a few days from June 30th?
Yes.
And on that day, were you aware that she was going to the North Andover Police Department in order to do some CPR training?
Yes.
Were you aware that she was going to take Caden with her during that training?
I was aware.
I'm just going to ask you yes or no. Did Kelsey call you that day? This is June 30th.
Yes.
And at what time, any time after noon, do you recall that she called you?
2:30.
Did she give you some information about where she was headed when?
Oh, come on, come on.
To Justin at the Common in North Andover.
Okay. And did she talk with you at some time to let if and when she was headed back to her house?
Yes.
Don't crash.
3:30.
And did you?
Yes, I met her at the house after work.
And about what time?
3:30, 3:45.
Okay. And you were working that day, right?
Yes.
And your place of work was close enough by that you could do that?
Yes, my route to and from work, I drove by her house.
So if you were going from Wilmington to Methuen, you would actually go by where Kelsey lived,
Yes.
correct? Do you remember what time you arrived again? What time did you get to Kelsey's house that afternoon from work?
I want to say it was 3:30, 3:45.
Okay. Who else was there when you got there?
No one, just Kels, baby.
And Kelsey.
Yes.
And just generally, without giving us the conversation, what topic or topics did you discuss?
Kelsey was sad that Justin blew her off and didn't show up at the Common to meet her. She couldn't understand why. She was confused why he would ask her to come and then just ghost her.
And what would you say was her demeanor at that time when you were talking with her at home?
Sad, confused.
How long did you stay when you got there around 3:30?
I left around 5:20, 5:30.
And just in general, again, Mrs. Page, what were you doing while you were there with Kelsey and Caden?
We sat in our living room, played with Caden, talked. I did some dishes in our kitchen. Basically just sat and talked.
Okay. Do you know what time you left?
Between 5:20 and 5:30.
And where were you going immediately? Where were you headed to?
CVS in Methuen.
And originally you were going to CVS. Where were you originally headed after that?
Home.
And that's your home in Methuen?
Yes.
Right. Did you get another call from Kelsey while you were at the CVS? And as a result of that call, Mrs. Page, what did you do?
I'll get us
Went back
in
to her
sync.
house.
Do you recall what time you arrived at her house?
5:45.
So it's a pretty quick time between the time you left, went to CVS, and then went back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us again the time to drive to CVS.
Little interruption. I'm trying to get the lip sync back
I
again.
asked if I could take Caden
There
from
we
him
go.
so I could
All right.
settle him
All
down.
right.
And did the police officer give you Caden?
He did.
Is that still on the porch outside, or were you inside?
Right on the porch, we exchanged the baby.
So you're holding Caden, and what happens next?
I brought him inside to Kelsey's living room, where there was another police officer.
And did the officer who gave you Caden also come into the house with you?
No,
Do you know where he went?
I don't.
Okay. So you are holding the baby, you're in the living room with another police officer. And can you tell us what happened next?
Justin walked in with his sister Courtney.
And Justin is the fiance that we spoke about earlier, right?
Yes.
And his sister, what's her name?
Courtney?
They both came in while you were in the living room.
Yes, they walked in.
Do you know about how long you were there before they arrived?
Minutes.
Are you still holding the baby at this stage?
Yes.
And then what happens next, Mrs. Page?
The officer in the living room asked me to hand Caden to Justin.
And had either Kelsey or the police officer, when you arrived, told you about the restraining order? Just yes or no?
No.
And did you actually who did you give the baby to, I should say?
I handed the baby to Justin. Justin turned and handed Courtney the baby.
And what did they do next?
Left.
Did you have any conversation with them, just yes or no?
No.
Did they take anything for the baby with them, if you remember?
Car seat, I believe.
And they left together, if you recall. Is that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Mrs. Page, when you arrived, did you see your daughter on the first floor?
No.
Did you know where she was?
Upstairs.
And while you are downstairs, did you hear anything coming from the second floor? Just yes or no for now.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you heard?
I heard a gentleman say, Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no. And then 2 gunshots.
And can you give us some idea of how quickly those shots were connected to each other?
It was Kelsey, no, bang, bang.
Did you hear Kelsey say anything from the second floor?
No.
Could you hear her make any noises?
Yes.
And Mrs. Page, what happened next?
I saw Justin run by the windows on the porch, and after that, officers came in, EMTs came in, running up the stairs, and I was let out of the house. I was let out by an officer.
And what was your frame of mind, state of mind at that stage?
I was pretty upset.
And were you making any noise?
I was screaming.
When is the next time you saw your daughter, Mrs. Page?
At the trauma room at Mass General.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may sit, you may stand down, thanks. And defense, you may call your next witness. Yes. Take maybe a 20-minute recess. And we will stand in recess. Stand for 15 minute recess.
Please exit the courtroom quietly.
15-minute break. So it should be at the bottom of the hour. Bottom of the inning. Well, bathroom break. Get your coffee, which I just ran and did, of course. All right, well, let me fix something and I'll be right back again. So let's. That helps tremendously. See, while they're gone on break, let me. All right, this is going to be. I got it. Let's do it this way. You'll see what I'm doing here in a second. See if I got this right. Yes, okay. Now I found this, and it's not entirely correct, but it has some basics to it. Oh, whoops. Of course, I can't get my. No, I'm not going to dick around with trying to get my pointer to work. That's right. But if you basically come up the stairs, which not quite okay, deplected. Right, but here's the master bedroom's on top, and the second bedroom's on the bottom. The master bedroom is where the baby room now, and this is the main bedroom for Kelsey. Now, the dimensions of the room are quite small, and with the doorway being right there, the little dot dot dot. Okay, this is not quite right because you'd have Kelsey's bed about there. Going out, I need to get my finger over it. All right, let me fix this. again. And let's do this. Okay. All right, that's what I wanted to do. All right. So I think the stairs are, they come up the stairs, okay? And up here is the baby's room, which is the master bedroom, but they made that the baby room. And there's a closet there, and that's where douchebag kept all his guns in the baby room. Well, he's got a lot. Hopefully, it's a gun safe, with some kind of a combination or keypad or whatever. And I think Brogan Baker made a comment about it. He doesn't know too many baby safe crackers. So, but anyhow, if you were to come into here, this would be the door. Here's Kelsey's bed. The AC unit would be over here. So, Officer Noonan is standing right here in the doorway. Bed's here. Kelsey would have been right about here on, with one knee under her, or one leg under her. She's, kind of on the ground and a half, kind of like sitting on your leg, the way women can and guys can't. Well, most guys can't. But anyhow, she's basically seated on the ground, and somehow, she leaps from about here to here, where she then accesses a firearm. And then pops over here and sticks the gun in Noonan's face, and it surprised him because he didn't see it. Now, he's standing in the doorway. This isn't accurate to the nth degree or anything, but it's kind of representative. He, in the doorway, should be able. Now, if he was in the hallway here, that would be kind of a blind spot. Again, we're not talking very big. This isn't a huge master bedroom. It's. I can't read that. I have it inverted. 13 by 10, something like that. 13 by 13. Not big. This is like I said, this is the guest bedroom, but they made it the master bedroom and gave the baby the big one. But now, if he was back here, and she did her Avenger-style leap from the ground and landed over here, managed to grab a firearm, I'm assuming standing now, and puts the gun in his face, that might have took him by surprise. Although I think he'd be more surprised seeing a woman leap from the ground upright or over to here in a single bound. Now that would be wow. But if he's in the doorway, as he says he is, he can easily see this whole area. So if she did get over here, rustle through a box while still being on the ground, and materialize a firearm, and then point it up at him, he'd still be, basically, on top, and in very close range. So she'd be on the ground, he'd be, up here going, oh, whoa, she pulled the gun on me, I'm a surprise. And it goes click. Well, he's right there. He's 6 foot something. His striking range, being that tall, would be easily around like that. I mean, he could easily kick, jump. Hey, if she can do Superman or action hero jumping, and this is a professional. I mean, he's highly trained, SWAT team, combat trained, everything, and he stands there. She gets the draw on him. Okay. Hit gun goes click. He knows instantly he's alive. Great. Now he's stress trained in his own wording and talked about training people to be stress trained. And he was forewarned. Well, he was forewarned and he read the restraining order and did or didn't see the affidavit. So one time he said he did, another time he said he didn't. Then he said he read the RO, and then he said I think he said he didn't, or was that the restraint or the paperwork? But either or, the restraining order says, she's armed and dangerous and #1 killer in the world, likely to, shoot the baby. Shoot the baby. Sorry, that was rude. Things just, this stuff just doesn't add up. So he should be on heightened alert. I mean, he's a cop to begin with. This woman is supposed to be, mentally oofy, even though she's acting perfectly calm and kind and reasonable the whole time. I mean, up here, she was like packing the baby stuff and handing it to the happy, and he keeps putting it back down, saying, "No, I will get that later," which is smart because he's on guard, doesn't want his hands filled with something because, she might do that superhero action thing and leap from the ground and kick him in the face and send him to the moon. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, she can do it in this room, she can do it in that room. But anyhow, so, baby room, this is where she's grabbing the books and stuff, and of course, him being the infinitely smart guy said the baby doesn't need books, he's only 14 weeks old, he doesn't know how to read. No, the baby doesn't know how to read. The books are for the sperm donor to sit with the baby and read to it. Well, okay, in all honesty, the books are going to be for sperm donor's mom to sit there and read to the baby while he's off snorting pills or smoking something or drinking off his ass. Whatever he's doing while he's not actively at the fire department because he is on administrative leave, probably paid, and under internal investigation, internal affairs investigation. Still wanting. Yeah, I've been up since 4:30 a.m. So hey, I'm California time, if wherever you are. Court case that started at 9. That's 5 for me, so I'll get up to gear shortly. Or if not. Anyways, again, this isn't 100% accurate. I mean, I did pull up a floor plan for the housing types in that house, in that area. I mean, there's some modifications. But we're pretty close here. Something they don't even have in court, which they should. Now, if they had this in court and they put this on the overhead, and they can put little figurines over here, have a little X for Mr. Officer and a little O for Kelsey, so they can, mark around where they're standing and where they're on the ground preparing to leap. I guess she's got fangs. I don't know. They should be coming back into court soon. But anyway, this, a visual you're probably not going to get in this court. So, hopefully you saw all that. I just realized I didn't do this. Great, Scott. Okay. Real quick. Here's the room where she's supposed to be. Here's Kelsey's bed. Here's the cabinet of wonder, or the box of wonder, the green box on the floor. So Kelsey would have been about here on the ground with her leg underneath, and leapt from here to there, got the gun, and stuck it in his face. And Mr. Officer is supposedly in the doorway, and if he's in the doorway, okay, his line of view covers that corner. I mean, we're still talking, a human being is about, this big. So the human being over here in this corner, and, I'm squishing your head. And he's here. That's the line of sight he can see just fine. Now, again, if he's back here, like in the hallway, this would be mostly blind to him. Then he would just see like that. And that's kind of like the angle you see in the pictures they give you, when you can see the little green box down here, and here's like a chair or whatever, and the bed here. Camera angle taking like this, I think probably intentionally to try to obfuscate this little corner. But still, a human being that big, human being that big, and he says he can't see her. Okay. And like I said, by the way, this would have been, baby's room. And, this is where she would have been collecting the books and the car seat or whatever and clothing. And then apparently she left that way and came here, and Mr. Officer probably stood to the side and let her go past, and then, he's standing in the doorway or behind the doorway in some mysterious location. So she then managed to, again, she's like all of a sudden here with a gun in her hands, points at him, and, gun goes click. So she then gets over to here while he's drawing. She manages to slap and rack the gun, move over to here, fire again. Meanwhile, he said he fired once, hits the AC unit, then says, Kelsey, don't, and then fires again and nails her. And he's saying she's 15 feet away, but the room's not even 15 feet. Granted, we're on a diagonal kind of across the bed, baby. That's pushing it for 15 feet. But still, it's 15 feet. He's a trained officer, as in trained firearms, SWAT member, etc., etc., etc. And also, if he hit the AC unit, and you did, you see the little teeny bullet hole up in the top of the metal frame. I don't know how a sperm donor's sister said she saw all the smoke coming out of the AC unit, like it was, like it was hit by a, AK-47 and on, and it went, in and hit all the energy, not energy, but all the engine materials inside the AC unit. I'm real technical there. Probably could have hit the, they don't use Freon anymore, but the Freon that was in it, if the bullet would have hit that would have made an ejection, but it wouldn't be dark smoke. That would go out and be gone, white and clear. Anyhow, where they showed the bullet entering, one is a 9mm, hitting maybe it clipped the free online, but sister's outside the house or inside the house and somehow saw. She had to be somewhere around outside when the guns went off. I forget where her location was when the gun went off. But, if the room's over here and the window's here and the AC unit's here, for her to see anything, she'd have to be outside somewhere over here. And then happen to be looking right up and see the AC unit get killed. I don't know. I was digging that up while things were going on, and there's our activity. Okay, I see feet moving around in court. Let me minus that. And bring that back. And I hope my volume's okay. I know I'm probably pegging when I come in too close or get too excited. But I also have to contend with the courtroom volume, which is that changed again too. Oh, I think probably when I rebuffered it, that's probably when it dropped. I am a professional. No, I'm not. I'm learning. But I'm here doing it. Come on. Yeah, man. And my connection must be a turd today. In begin. Please stand by. Stand by for action. For those of you who remember Thunderbird, or rather not mention that they remember them. Okay. Houston, we have music movement, and we have size. All right. So, gonna do something fancy with that, but I just did it ad hoc, so there we go. But obviously, in short, I am not buying Officer Noonan's stories, plural stories of what happened. And in case you didn't catch it, one, the terminology whack job, which goes right back to the Karen Reed trial and Officer Proctor, who referred to her as a whack job. He even recorded it in his text messages several times that he thought she was a whack job or referred to him as a whack job, and that's all publicly known. That whole case with Karen Reed, like I said, mentioned yesterday in our closing, that was FUBAR, cops covering up their shit like you wouldn't believe, and the DA refusing to give in, even though he basically lost the first case, but they called a mistrial, so they had to hold another case. Millions of taxpayer dollars lost. But anyhow, she was clearly making a reference to okay, we should be, there we go. We're back.
Okay, defense, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Whoa! Whoa! It is showtime. I'll be quiet. This is gonna be the whole ball of wax here.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You may have a seat and pull yourself right up to that mic. What's that?
Thank you, Your
Air
Honor.
on, sunglasses, or not regular glasses on.
Good morning.
looking very
Good morning.
librarian.
State your name and spell your last name.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Fitzsimmons.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Do you mind just pulling that mic
Yes.
a little bit closer just so I can?
Is that better?
And I didn't hear your last answer. You're
I'm 29 years old.
29. Thank you. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
And what's the town of your residence?
Currently, Newburyport.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in
Methuen?
Methuen, Massachusetts.
And did you live there your whole life?
Most of it, yes.
Did you go to high school there?
I did.
My whole life, I'm
And
not
where did you
dead
go?
yet.
Methuen High School,
When did you graduate?
2015.
Oh,
And you lived there with your parents and your family?
Yeah, I lived with my mom and my dad. There were two different houses.
Tell the judge a little bit about your upbringing and your family and who's it.
So I have my mom, my dad, my mom Lauren, my dad Steven, my older brother, my biological older brother Steven Jr., and then
Dog
I
named
have my
Fluffy.
stepfather William
A
Page,
goldfish named
his
Goldie.
two kids that I consider my brother and sister, Madison and William.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the names.
My younger brother and sister are Madison and William.
And William, did you say that they were step-siblings?
They're yes.
Try to keep your voice up.
Okay, sorry.
Use the mic,
Okay.
kind of like that.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Kelsey. So, you guys are a close family, right?
Yes.
And they've been with you through this process the whole time, right?
The whole time.
When did you graduate high school?
2015.
Did you go to college?
I did.
And where did you get your degree from?
I got my degree from Fisher College. I got my Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice.
What year was that?
2020.
What were some of the awards and distinctions you received at Fisher College?
If any.
I think my junior year, I was inducted into the Criminal Justice Honor Society. In my senior year, I was voted in as the president of the Criminal Justice Club, and I just worked closely with campus police there and the advisor of the Criminal Justice Club.
Did you work while you were in college?
I did.
Where'd you work?
I worked for the college as a work study, and I also worked as like a host / waitress down the street at a restaurant called Cheers.
Did you do any security work?
None.
Yeah, in
Boss.
2016, I was hired by Fenway Park Security, and I believe I worked there in 2017. And like throughout all of Fisher College, I worked for campus police as a work study, like a dorm proctor, checking IDs of students.
After graduating Fisher College, you had the B. Is it a BA or a BS?
Yes.
BS in criminal
Bachelor of
justice.
Science.
Yes.
And
Step up.
what was your kind of goal for
From a
your
BA.
life and your career with that degree?
When I graduated, it was the peak of COVID, so everything got a little confusing on what my next steps were. My plan originally was to try to go straight to a police academy, but when I graduated, there was no police academies running, so I decided to, because I love school, I decided to further my education and go to law school.
Where did you go, and tell us about law school a little bit?
I went to Massachusetts School of Law. I did about 3 semesters, and then some academies started to run again.
Did that change your pathway?
It did.
What happened?
The Essex County Sheriff's Department started doing Sheriff's Department academies again. So I applied to be a corrections officer, and that was in 2020. And I went through their academy in 2021.
Where's that academy?
Their academy is at the Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And what was the course of study? Just in general, what did it entail and how long was it?
It was 3 months. It had to do with just the training of being a corrections officer. Our whole job was safety and security of the inmates that were housed in the jail. So it went a lot into safety and security.
So you spent 3 months at the Sheriff's Academy,
Yes,
and you were hired by the Essex County Sheriff.
I was, yes.
When was that roughly?
That was in 2021. I think it was September of 2021.
What was your kind of original first assignment when you got to the Sheriff's Department? How did you start there?
I worked in housing. I was assigned to housing the whole time I worked there.
Did you have any other jobs while you were at the Essex Sheriff?
When you pick up a overtime shift there, they kind of just throw you in where somebody's needed. So I did a lot of different jobs just through all the overtime I worked, which included transportation of inmates to and from court. I would work in programs. They have church and school for the inmates that reside there.
Fill in the
And
gaps where needed.
there's outer perimeter security where you drive a cruiser around the perimeter of the jail to ensure no one's coming in or out. I did things like that on my overtimes.
Okay, and in terms of the transport, you were actually the person that kind of comes to here to court, goes into lockup, delivers prisoners, picks up prisoners, brings them back?
Yes.
How long were you at the Essex Sheriff?
About 2 years.
What, and at that point you had a career path decision, right? A
Yes.
different decision.
I did.
What was that decision?
I always knew I wanted to be a police officer.
And was there some opportunities that came up in that respect?
Yes. While I was working for the Sheriff's Department, I had moved to North Andover. I really liked the town I lived in, and I wanted to work in it as a police officer.
So what did you do?
I applied to the North Andover Police Department.
Did you interview with Lieutenant Daly? Was it?
I did. He was on a panel interview. They call it like an oral board. It included Lieutenant Daly and several other members of the North Andover Police Department.
And I take it that you're not going to get hired there unless they approve you.
Yes.
And that happened, and you were hired?
Yeah, they do an extensive hire check.
Background check and so forth.
Like there's a lot that goes with it.
What you would expect in terms of a police officer getting hired.
Yes.
What's the first step when you get hired as a police officer? What do you do next?
You have to go to the police academy for 6 months.
So you've been through a 3-month Essex Sheriff Police Academy, training academy. and now you're about to start a 6-month North Andover Police Academy training, right?
Yes.
And where did that training take place?
That also took place down the hall at Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill.
And you spent 6 months going to that?
6 months, yes.
Was that, is that something where you like stayed there the whole time, or did you come and go? Did you commute? How does that work?
I commuted. I got there in the morning, left sometime in the evening, and we had weekends off. So it was 5 days a week.
When did you graduate from there?
I graduated in May of 2024.
And did you run for any positions within the academy that they have in your class?
Yes, while I was in the police academy, I ran for treasurer, and I became the treasurer of my class.
And what does that entail?
That entails everything financial through our academy. I would collect, we had like academy dues, I would collect them, and we would purchase things that we wanted, such as like sweatshirts and sweatpants to wear for our PT days, as well as an academy sweatshirt. I also planned our graduation party, so I had to book it, collect the funds for it, and plan it.
And is it a situation where there's different classes going on at once, like class of 2020, class of 2021, like that?
Yeah.
And you were the class of 20?
Well, my class was called Rock 5, so I don't know how the numbers go, but the one before me was 4 and the one after me was 6. So I was Rock 5, ROC 5.
All right. And when did ROC 5 graduate?
May of 2024.
And you graduated with the class?
I did.
And what was your first assignment with the North Andover PD?
You first go to patrol on FTO, and FTO is meaning you're with a field training officer, so you ride with somebody in the same cruiser for a period of time.
Who were your field training officers?
So I had several, because you do different shifts. I had field training on day shift. My field training officer was Officer Tierney. I had field training on the 4 to midnight shift, and my field training officers were Officer Furman, now Detective Furman, and Officer Sousa.
Sorry, Furman.
The entire time you were there, were there any other FTOs that you had? Just to kind of list them all out.
I think there's multiple officers there that are FTO trained, but those were the ones that were assigned to me to train me.
So you were, I'm sorry.
No, can you just, oh, yeah.
Thank you. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, in your employ at the North Andover PD, you assumed the job of a regular patrol officer at some point, I take it?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
And after you finished with field training officers, do they have some sort of a say and report back to the administration or the supervisors about how you're functioning?
Yeah, so the supervisor on your shift, your field training officer gives them, like, I think it's a weekly report of how I did on calls and what calls we went on together and how I performed, stuff like that. And eventually, I don't know exactly how many weeks I was on field training, but after it's complete, the sergeant will take you in his cruiser and you drive his cruiser and respond to calls or make traffic stops. And then he decides if you are signed off on. And I was signed off, and that day I got my own cruiser.
When was that, if you remember, just roughly?
I think it was in the end of June or early July of 2024.
And just a few things I want to just tick off on the list of things a police officer does. Did you serve restraining orders?
I have before.
Have you testified in court?
I have.
And you've made arrests?
I have.
Now, at the time, moving over to your personal life, at some point you met someone named Justin Elaine, right?
Yes.
And what was your experience with Justin Elaine in a nutshell?
My experience in a nutshell, we met through Facebook. We went on a few dates. We ended up hitting it off. While I was in the academy, we were dating. He is a North Andover firefighter. At my police graduation, he pinned me, and then I would see him on calls sometimes, and we eventually moved in with each other. We got engaged. We had a baby.
And what was the baby's name? What's the baby's name?
My son's name is Caden.
How old is he today?
He's 13 months.
And Justin Elaine is the father?
Yes.
Sperm donor.
What happened on June 30th of 2025?
June 30th of 2025, woke up in the morning.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did he take any actions relative to you in terms of your relationship that day?
Yes.
And what did he do?
He obtained a restraining order against me.
Is it fair to say that he broke up with you via a restraining order?
Yes. I did not speak to him. I realized our relationship was over when a restraining order was handed to me.
So let's rewind the events of the event. So that morning, were you home?
I was.
Who was home?
So my sister slept over the night previous, so June 29th to June 30th. So she was over in the morning.
Maddie.
That's Madison, yes. I was with my son. I had work at 1 p.m. I had to go to CPR training at 1 p.m.
Okay. Now, had you been out of work for a while?
I was, yes.
And when did you first go out of work?
I worked up until I gave birth. Caden came 5 weeks early, so I wasn't expecting it, so I went out basically the day I gave birth. And
his birthday is what?
February 16th, 2025.
Now, when you were seeking to go back to work, did you get cleared to go back to work in June of 2025?
Yes.
Did that entail going through certain trainings and getting reviewed and stuff?
I did.
What was the event on the 30th that you had to do to finish that off?
I had CPR training at 1 p.m. on the 30th, scheduled.
Was that your last thing you had to kind of go through?
That was it. Yep.
Were you seeking to see Justin Elaine that day?
Yes, we had spoken through text and on the phone in the morning. I was asking if he would come home because he hadn't been home in days to be with Caden while I went to work. And his response basically was, I can pick him up and watch him. And I said, you're not a babysitter. So there was a bit of argument about that.
Text argument.
Yeah, it was like, you're his dad. You're not a babysitter. You can come home. I don't understand picking him up and watching him. That was very odd for me to hear as his father.
Moms don't like when dads say they're going to babysit their own kid, right?
Yes, like you're your dad.
And at some point, just to kind of cut to the chase on that, you made a plan to meet up in North Andover?
Yeah, there was a lot of texting back and forth. He originally said yes, and then he said no, and then he said, I'll meet you tomorrow. And I said, you have work tomorrow? That doesn't make any sense. He worked a 24-hour overnight shift. So
There's something about gas money as well?
yeah, he said that he couldn't drive from Stowe, Massachusetts to North Andover because he had no gas in his truck. And I just was trying to get him to meet me. I'm like, we need to figure this out. I go to work in a couple hours. Like, we need to figure this out. He called me while I was driving to work and said, I'm on my way to North Andover.
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Let me just rewind you a little bit. So there's some texting about this, right? And the texting that you have and that's been kind of passed around in the case, it doesn't end up with, okay, I'll come and meet you at the North Andover Common, right?
No.
So was that arrangement made outside of those texts?
Yes, like looking back now, I think it was strategic, but
All right, well, just I don't want to
that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't want to ask for your opinion
Okay,
on it.
sorry.
I just want to factually, I'd like to ask you, were there a couple calls back and forth that
Yes.
kind of set that up once and for all?
Yes, he called me on my way to work. I decided I'm gonna bring my son with me, which wasn't a big deal, but when I was on my way, he calls
Well,
me.
hold on a second. Just to be, yes.
I just need to confer with quick staff. Mr. Ring, can you turn the?
It's a sidebar? Yep. Either that or someone just said donuts. Well, back to what she said. He said he didn't have gas to make it there. He was working as an EMT for the fire department. You can be on call, as in your radio goes off, your call number comes up, and you get in your car and you haul ass to the station, or to, if you're an ambulance EMT duty, to wherever the ambulance is parked. And sometimes they, depending, some cities position ambulances around, so whichever one would be closer then lights up and goes. Some have them, dispatched out of the hospital like you see on TV, but often, well, not often, some cities plant them at various points, so quicker, better coverage. Do the same thing like with police cars when they have police on patrol, but the ambulances tend to be stationary. They'll pull into a parking lot unobtrusively or some designated spot. That's why sometimes where I grew up, sometimes you'd see this, ambulances parked in strange places and they're just sitting there, and that's what they were doing. I'm gonna have to make some more coffee. I'm hearing a little beeping. Almost sounds like someone doing Morse code in a distance. I'm not touching anything. Nothing mechanical running. Unless it's coming from them.
Short break, a recess. And I'll come back in a couple of minutes.
They say they're taking lunch? Or another. It might be judge has to go visit the little judge room. Oop. The joy of California. My earthquake notification just went off. Ooh, 2.9 just west of Davis, California. I know Davis, California very well. Now, from where I'm at now, it's like halfway to Sacramento, but about two-thirds of the way from where I'm at. University of Davis, where I went to. The Graduate was a bar and dance floor and etc. Which is funny because I was in Malcolm Hall, 5th floor, Malcolm 5. Malcolm 5's alive. Which was funny because our dorm window looked straight across, kitty corner, caddy corner, was the Graduate, bar and club, pretty big. And Friday nights was no alcohol, so teens can come in. So it's teens hang out, soda, music, and more cops showed up on Saturday on Friday night than they did on Saturday. Because kids were, trouble in the parking lot, and kids were drinking in the parking lot. Whereas Saturday night, it was normal bar, 21 and over, music, same thing as Friday night, except alcohol and no kids. Far fewer police cars. Again, with our dorm right out our window was like right there. Frequently if the lights were on, like, an ambulance or an emergency vehicle or police, it would, even though we're on the 5th floor, it would still, we'd see strobing lights in the room. Really cool roommate. Name is Dale. Well, he's one of those guys that he says, "Well, I'm going to go to sleep now." I'm like, "Okay, cool." And I look over and it's like, "Oh, so what time do you want it?" And he's out. I mean, it always takes me like half hours plus to go to sleep, and toss, turn, fluff the pillow, etc. And he's like, "I'm going to go to sleep." Well, sometimes he went out so fast that he didn't even finish his own sentence and he was out. Nope, here we come.
With the exception, please be seated.
We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter.
Okay. Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you retake the stand? Thank you. Take your time.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere. Ooh, sorry. Hopefully she is going somewhere. Home. Person that should have been in jail.
Thank you. Just again, pull yourself up to that mic.
Yep.
And make yourself comfortable.
Yeah, proceed.
Yes.
Thank you.
He's back, puts her feet up.
So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the last discussion we were having was that you were arranging to meet Mr. Elaine at the North Andover Common, is that right?
Yes.
And did he call you about it when you were on your way to CPR training?
He called me. I think I was putting Caden in his car seat. I missed it. And when I got on the road, I called him back.
And what was the conversation about meeting up?
It was quick. It was, Kelsey, I'm on my way to North Andover right now. My mom just gave me gas money. I'll meet you at the Common at 2. And I said, okay, I love you, bye. And the phone call had already hung up.
This is
And
firefighter.
after that, you went to work
Active.
I went to work
with Caden.
with Kaden.
Paid.
And what was the schedule? What was on the schedule for today, for that day at work?
It was a
What was
1
he
hour
spending all this
CPR
time?
training. So it was gonna go to about 2 p.m.
So it was 1 to 2?
Yes.
Did you get there on time?
I think I got there a couple minutes early.
What was the layout when you got there? Who was there? Where'd you go? What was the general kind of mood of you going there?
So, I knew it was going to be held in the community room. I was told prior that's where it was going to be held. So, right when you walk through the officer's entrance of the police department, the community room is the first door on your right. So, I just entered right through there.
And you had your baby?
I did.
And it's fair to say this isn't a visit to the police department where you're in full uniform or anything, right?
No, I was in a t-shirt.
And that's because you're going to be training, working on, those rubber dummies that you train for CPR.
Sets of
right?
hands.
Yes.
Who met you when you got to the police department? Who was there?
Detective Gordon, was conducting the training.
So did you say Gordon? with the G?
Gordon, yeah, Gordon.
And you saw him?
Yes, he was conducting the CPR training.
Did you see any other friend and colleague officers around that time period?
I saw Lieutenant Domenico as well.
Did you have a chat with him?
We didn't really talk because I was in the middle of the training. It was just we waved to each other when he was walking out of the door.
What happened with Caden while you were doing the training?
I asked Detective Gordon if he wanted to hold him because I figured he hasn't held a baby in a long time. So it's kind of funny seeing guys that haven't held a baby in a long time and they're like, but
Did he hold the
he
baby?
did, yeah.
And is he someone that you trust to hold your baby?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you let just anybody hold your baby?
No, Detective Gordon was my drill instructor for my 6-month police academy. So I knew him more because of that. I saw him every day for 6 months.
Trust him.
Yeah.
And how did the training go?
It went fine. Normal. Passed.
How long did it take?
It takes about an hour.
What time did you finish?
I think it was around 2 p.m.
Who else did you see while you were at the station?
Just listening to a minute ago, I had texted, I was supposed to pick up my radio from an administration office upstairs. And I had texted the person that was giving me the radio and said, I'm just going to grab it tomorrow because I was like more focused on go to the park. So it's like I can just drive to the station tomorrow and grab my radio.
Were you, quote unquote, on the schedule to
Yes.
start soon?
Yes.
And what was the schedule when you were going to start?
I was going on to the day shift, which is 8 to 4 p.m. And I was supposed to start on July 4th.
You left the police station at about what time?
Detective Gordon walked me to my car. I probably pulled out around 2:05.
Where'd you go?
I drove down Osgood Street to the Common.
Who's this guy, Hunter Hassan?
That was one of Justin and I's mutual friends that lives in the town of North Andover.
Did you go by his house?
Yes, so the only logical way to get to the Common from the police station is to take Osgood Street, which is what I did, and he lives on that street. So I had to drive by his house when I was on my way to the Common.
Okay. Did you see anything at his house that surprised you?
Yes.
What did you see?
When I drove by, I saw Justin's truck. And at first I thought nothing of it. I thought maybe he got into town before I got out of training and stopped in, like that would be normal. But then I started noticing other cars I recognized there as well. And
Whose cars were those?
I saw my maid of honor's car, Katrina Caruso. I also saw people standing outside near his pool. I know I saw his sister, Courtney, Justin's sister, and I know I saw Michelle Mitchell, which was another one of my bridesmaids. So I was like, what is going on?
And
right now?
this meeting was not something that you knew about?
No, I was supposed to be meeting Justin, and Justin was at our mutual friend's house with people, and I just like was so thrown off. I was confused.
Did you actually see Justin as part of those people you saw around his pool?
I drove by quick. I saw a group of people. I recognized the trucks and the people I did definitively see, yes. I know Justin was there.
From the truck?
Yeah, from his truck.
Okay. So in terms of your confusion, are you wondering if he's there or if he got a ride to the common or something like that? Why didn't you just stop there and say, hey, what are you doing?
Well, because I was just driving by, and then I was like, well, that was weird. So I tried calling Justin, and then that's when it just like communication stopped. No more, he was not answering my texts. He was not answering any more phone calls. I even went as far to text his friend Hunter and say, what is going on right now? And am I allowed to say what Hunter said back to me?
So did he respond to you?
He did, yes.
Did it affect your state of mind about what was going on?
No, it confused me even more because he said, oh, everyone's just meeting up for people who forgot things at the house from the bachelorette party that happened a couple of days prior. He said everyone was meeting there to pick up things that they forgot. And I was like, meeting in North Andover. And I was trying to make sense of it. And I was like,
Did that add to your confusion?
yeah, because I was like, this person lives.
Sorry. Yara, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just, so who said this and how? I didn't catch.
So I had texted when Justin had stopped answering me.
Yeah.
I texted his friend whose house he was at, and I knew he was there because I had to drive by from.
This is Hunter.
This is
Okay,
Hunter.
all right.
Yes.
Now I get it.
Okay, so I texted Hunter, and he told me everybody was meeting there to get things that they left at the bachelorette party, and so that's in my mind that made me even more confused and didn't make sense because everybody
it
lives
leaves.
here, there. Why meet in North Andover?
Let me stop you right there.
Hey man,
So
you got my
as a
pipe.
result of that kind of adding to your mindset, sounds like adding to your confusion, right?
Confusion, yes.
Leading.
Did you stick to the plan to go meet him at the common
Fence
or
is
did you
allowed.
divert somewhere else?
No, I went to the
Crosses.
common.
All right.
And you got there what time?
It was probably like 2:10.
And did you wait there with Kaden?
I did.
And approximately how long did you wait, if you can remember?
It was at least an hour. It could have been more.
Did you ever show up?
He never showed up.
What time did you make a decision to get out of there at some point?
Yeah, well, I was receiving other phone calls, which were adding to my confusion.
Not what was said, but from whom?
They were from Michelle.
And she was the woman who testified here yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she indicated that she was trying to meet up with you, and you were
To get coffee.
and you were trying to focus on
I said,
meeting
I'm
with Justin.
trying to meet Justin.
Okay.
Like, I love you. I'll call you later. Trying to meet my fiance.
To Michelle, you said that.
Yes.
Okay. Did you go home after that?
Yes.
What time did you go home?
It was at least an hour after 2 p.m. So sometime around maybe 3:30, because I know I was waiting a while at the park. Caden's bottle had run out of milk, so or formula, I had to go home.
Now, as you sat here for the last couple of days, you've heard a lot of business about where you parked your car. Do you remember that? So you didn't park in your driveway, right?
No,
And you're adjacent to a school at 125 Phillips Brooks Road, right?
my neighbor to my right is
And
school.
I should say for the record, your home is 125 Phillips Brooks
That's
Road,
my,
single family house in North Andover, right next to what school?
the Atkinson Elementary School.
And there's a big parking lot next to your fence line.
Yes.
And when you came back from the common, you parked in there.
Yes.
Why did you park in there?
Because I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was going on. I first have my fiance just not showing up to meet me and not talking to me anymore. And then somebody that doesn't know I saw them trying to call me, and they're trying to meet up with me. I'm trying to meet up with Justin. And a bunch of other people were there that didn't make sense. And I thought they were going to come to my house or something. So I didn't want anyone to know I was home. So I just parked at the school.
Okay. Did this have anything to do with the North Andover Police Department?
Had nothing to do with the North Andover Police Department.
So you parked at the school, and as a young new mom, you probably had a lot of stuff you had to carry.
I had his diaper bag. I had him in his little carrier. And I think I had my phone in my hands and my house keys.
You walked around and you went to your door.
Yeah, it was genuinely a 60-second walk to my
Standard
car
mom loadout.
to my house.
Sure.
From my car to my house.
And you went into that porch door that we've seen on the video here.
Yep, my front door, it leads to a porch.
And then you get up on the porch and you make a left into another door into the house, right?
Yep.
Okay. What happened when you first got home? What'd you do?
I made Kaden a bottle. I called my mom. I asked my mom if she would come over because it was, what do I do? Like, what's going on?
So you wanted some support from mom.
Yeah, so like advice. My mom's my best friend. I just I knew she'd
Mom,
come
something's
over
up.
and maybe have a
Figure
different.
this out.
Yeah,
My spider sense is
Sorry,
tingling.
I'll withdraw. I'm just trying to move it. What was your?
Mr. Brado, I assume the objection is for leading.
A women's instinct.
All right, yeah, if you can just stay away from leading, thank you.
What was your state of mind about having mom come over?
I was sad. I was really confused, and I wanted her advice.
How far away does your mother live?
She lives in Methuen, so it was her house is about 7 to 8 minutes away. But I think she was on her way home from work at the time, and she has to drive right by my house, or my old house.
How was Caden at the common and getting home? How was he behaving in terms of fussiness, or was he okay, or sleeping, or quiet? Or...
I ran out of his bottle while at the common. I thought I'd brought enough. I think if our plans played out, I would have had enough for taking a walk in the common. But because I was waiting for so long, I ran out of his bottle and he started crying. I drove right home.
And then at home, you made another bottle and started to give him the bottle.
Yes, feed him.
Okay. What time did your mother get there? Approximately.
Like maybe 5 to 10 minutes after I got home.
And you sat. Did you visit with your mom for a while and consult with her on the situation?
Yeah, we sat on my couch while I fed Kaden. She did some my house was messy, so she was just trying to pick up around the house
Not your husband,
a little
yeah,
bit
you're
for
not
me.
married.
We were just talking.
And did she leave at some point?
You're engaged.
She did.
When was that?
Probably had her over for about an hour, maybe like 5 o'clock she left.
Was her car in the driveway?
Was, yes.
And obviously she got in the car and in her car.
Yeah, I told her that I was gonna be packing and probably going camping with my son, which is normal for me. My family owns land. We call it our happy place. I've been going there since I was a baby, so I was gonna go there to clear my mind since Justin wasn't going to meet up with me. I just figured I don't have work till the 4th, so that's what I'm gonna do. And
The idea of sitting around.
Reading.
I just didn't.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
It's
Oh,
funny.
Next question.
Okay. It's
Why did you want to go up to the land?
to clear my mind. I've brought Kate in there 2 times before, and like for a 4-month-old baby, he crushed it up there. He loved it. So I just thought, I texted Justin, I'm going to my land. He knows what that is. He proposed to me there. He knows I call it my happy place, and I told him I'll send you pictures when I get service, and I love you because there's not good service up there. And
Makes it even
that was the
better.
last thing I ever said to Justin.
When your mom pulled out of the driveway, did you get a visit from the North Andover police?
I heard someone knocking on my front door when I walked up to the porch.
How long after your mom left did the police knock on your door?
I know now approximately 3 minutes.
they were
And
watching.
what were you able to do to figure it out pretty well?
My home has a lot of surveillance. My dad owns a security company, so my home had a lot of surveillance outside. So I was just curious, like,
Good on you. Thanks,
how
Dad.
long was it after my mom left that the police came? And I believe it was about 3 minutes approximately.
Can you use the video system to refresh yourself on lap time intervals and such?
Yeah, yes.
And while we're on that topic, are there timestamps on the clips from your house?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge of the accuracy of those stamps?
At some point, one of the daylight savings happened, so my cameras were 1 hour off.
And how off? Like which way off were they?
Like if it said it was
Spring
5
forward, fall
o'clock,
back.
it was actually 4 o'clock.
Yeah, so it's an hour ahead.
Okay.
So,
All right.
all right. So in terms of any clips that come from your house, does the timestamp show hour ahead?
Yes.
Okay.
To what's in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, all of those video clips?
Yes, Your Honor. So just want to make sure, did we say that right, that the clips are an hour ahead, or is the actual clip an hour behind?
Now you're confusing.
I have to think about this. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We can come back to it later. I do that all the time. That's okay. How long after your mother left did you hear a knock on the door?
Like 3 to 5 minutes.
Where were you when you heard the knock?
I was sitting on the couch feeding Kaden.
What did you do when you heard the knock?
I put the bottle on the coffee table. I got up with Kaden in my arms and I opened up the door.
You walked out on the porch and
Porch. So there's like 2 doors. My front door leads to a porched in area. Walked out onto the porch and opened up the front door for 3 police officers.
And who were they?
It was Lieutenant Daly, Officer Noonan, and Officer Houston.
And Lieutenant, let's just go through each of them real quick for a second.
Okay.
Lieutenant Daly, you talked about in terms of training and hiring and all that, right?
Yes.
And what about Officer Noonan? What was your relationship at the time with Officer Noonan?
He had transferred after I had already started. We were on the same shift for a brief time. on one of our shifts, there was a really horrible call.
So we'll get to that, but just
Okay.
generally in terms of your relationship.
That's just like how our relationship kind of even started. That's why I brought it up. That's how we became like texting each other and kind of more than just like, you're just my coworker and I've never talked to you, to we've had conversations and talked about personal things.
Did you think well of him?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, did he think well of you?
I think so.
So now you mentioned a particular call.
Yes.
And just so we don't have to dwell all over it, it's a call that involves a murder, suicide, and the murder victim is a young baby, right?
Yes.
And when was that call?
It was in August of 2024.
Very rough.
Was that response just you and him?
I believe I was the first officer in with Officer Cuevas, and then Officer Noonan came. It was like pretty much when something like that comes over the radio, everybody starts heading there. But the call was in my sector, so the sector I was assigned to that night. So I was the closest with Officer Cuevas. So we walked in together.
Okay. And just to encapsulate it, the call involved administering first aid and it was a difficult call.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the source of when you sort of broke the ice with Officer Noonan?
Yeah, we stood outside of the scene for a long time, all of us, everybody who was on that
That's
call,
down.
and we talked, and then the chief had asked us to, we were like out of commission for the night.
Good capsuling.
Other officers came in and filled in for us, and we had like a meeting debrief in the chief's office. He had pizza delivered.
Okay. And just in general, fast forwarding all the way to June 30th of 25, did you ever have any problems or issues with Officer Noonan?
No,
Did he ever, to your knowledge, did he ever have any problems or issues with you?
no.
So there's Noonan. And then who's the third officer there?
Officer Houston.
And we saw him testify here as well today, yesterday, right?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with Officer Noonan?
Noonan or Houston?
I'm sorry, Houston, thank you.
I was closer with Houston. Probably out of the three of the people that were at my house that day, Houston and I were friends. He came to my engagement party. He was invited to my wedding. We have the same type of dog. I think they've met before. The dogs, I mean. Yeah.
So he's a work friend.
He was a work
outside.
friend. Yeah.
So these three come to the door. What are the circumstances of how they come in the house? Did you let them in, or how did that happen?
I opened the door and Lieutenant Daly immediately put his foot on my front porch, and we didn't just come in, and I was like, okay, all right.
I didn't hear that well.
When I opened the door, Lieutenant Daly put his foot into my porch, and they just said, we need to come
Standard.
in,
Can't
and I
just slam
said,
it on
okay.
me. That's a warning.
And then did you turn around and you and Kaden walked back in the house and they followed you?
Yes.
So what happened when the four of you, five of you, got into the living room area?
They asked me, Lieutenant Daly asked me to put Caden down in his car seat. They've referred to it as like a rocker. It does rock, but it was his car seat. And I was in the middle of feeding him. So when I put him down, he was obviously crying. And I was like, whatever this is, I'm going to hold my son. Because they had a folder. I knew they were going to give me something. Wasn't
At that moment,
yeah.
did you have any idea what was going on?
No, I knew, like, obviously I knew something was going on. The police are in my house, my coworkers, but when they told me to put Caden down, I was like a little hesitant because I'm in the middle of feeding him, and then I listened, I put him down, and he started crying, and I was like, no, I'm gonna hold my son, whatever this is, like, I'm gonna feed my baby and read it. So I picked Caden back up, and I had him on my lap while I opened the envelope, and that's when Lieutenant Daly said, Justin filed a restraining order against you.
So you're trying to read it and he's talking to you and the baby's crying?
Nope, baby
you're
isn't
feeding-
crying anymore. I picked him up and I'm feeding him.
What did Daly say to you about the situation?
I asked a lot of questions like why. I was supposed to meet him at the park like a couple hours ago. I'm confused. He said he didn't know anything. And I said, do you have the affidavit so I can read what I'm being accused of? And they didn't. And they said they didn't know the details. And he said that Caden was on it as well. And
Did that affect your state of mind?
yes,
How so?
I knew in that moment I was going to have to hand my 4-month-old to a police officer to be brought out of my house.
How did that make you feel?
I don't know if there's a word. Sad.
Were you able to have a minute or two to kind of comprehend it, or did something else immediately happen?
I comprehended it. I was asked to pack a bag for Caden for about 2 weeks.
Who asked you that?
Lieutenant Daly said that the court the court date was in 14 days. So he said, pack enough for 2 weeks. And
He said that to you?
yes,
So you didn't take it upon yourself to want to do that?
no, they told me that I needed to pack a bag for Caden because he was gonna go be with Justin for at least the 2 weeks till the next court date.
Who was there when that was when that came up?
That was when the three of them we were all in my living room.
Did Houston or Noonan say anything at this point?
No, I knew if I put Caden back in his car seat, he was gonna cry. He loves being held.
So the plan at that point was to go get some stuff?
Yes,
So you had to put Caden somewhere.
yes.
And what did you do?
I handed Caden to Officer Noonan.
Why'd you give him to Officer Noonan?
I mean, like I could say I trusted all of them. But I knew Officer Noonan I know Officer Houston has no kids, and I knew Daly seemed like preoccupied, and I knew Noonan had kids. So I guess that's probably what went through my mind, but it really wasn't that much of a thought. I just knew I had to have someone hold him because I didn't want him screaming in his car seat on the ground.
Was he someone that you trusted to do that?
Yes.
What happened when you handed your baby to Officer Noonan?
He took Caden from my arms.
And what about the bottle? What happened with the bottle?
He took the bottle as well.
And, what did he do with respect to the bottle and Caden?
He was trying to feed him.
Did Officer Noonan exhibit any resistance or discomfort or anything with respect to holding the baby?
No, I think he said like, "Oh, I haven't done this in a while," like something like that.
What was your intention at that point to do?
I had to pack his bags.
And are you, as you're starting to go figure that out in terms of luggage, what do you need, where's he going, etc., are you having kind of an unfolding thought process, if you will?
Leaving.
Leading. Sustained.
It's funny, man. You
I'm
led
just
the whole.
asking her what she's thinking, Your Honor.
He didn't call it.
Just
What are you thinking?
Balls and strikes. Balls and strikes.
So it took. I grabbed one of my duffel bags and I first one in the kitchen, and as I was putting the bottles in the bag, it was just kind of like all setting in exactly what was happening, and there was just so many unknowns. And as I was packing things, I was like, okay, Justin just broke up with me via restraining order. We have a wedding in 4 months. Kaden is not going to be with me for 2 weeks. That's an eternity
And
for
you're
a
finding out
mom,
right now via the
any mom.
police.
And everyone was just brushing over the fact that it was 2 weeks. And I was like, 2 weeks without Kaden? Like, and I just kept, in my mind was just going fast. Like,
It's only
I
14
can't
weeks
work
old to
overtime
begin
because
with.
I have a son now. I can't afford my home by myself without overtime. It was just, I lost everything. Even my doggy was on the restraining order. Maverick, my dog Maverick, was on the restraining order.
I didn't see
So
that.
my
Was
son,
he your dog or
he was
Justin's dog?
he was my dog. So I saw my baby go, my fiance, my dog, my house, and I
I
knew
put the dog
that was
over
going
the
to be my
fiance.
job too. Because whatever I was accused of wasn't good. If at restraining order,
And you didn't have the affidavit.
No.
Where did you go after you went to the kitchen with the duffel bag and the box?
I went all around the house because his diapers were in one room on shelves. His bottles and formula were in the kitchen. His toys were in the living room, and his books and stuff were upstairs with his clothes.
Tell us what you did on the first floor before you got upstairs. What was the
On the
what was
first
the packing there?
on the first floor was bottles and formula, and he was just getting introduced to like purees, and I had just ordered purees from Target, so I packed all those too. Then I went into the thank you. I went into
Yeah,
it was like
nice.
our exercise room. It had shelving on the wall, and there was just like a ton of boxes of diapers. I just put those aside and was like 2 weeks, a lot of diapers, so take the boxes. And then I went upstairs.
Upstairs.
Douchebag can go get diapers.
Part of the order was that you had to give up your firearms, right?
Yes,
Did you say anything to the officers about the location of your firearms?
yes, I did.
What did you say?
I told them that they were in the basement.
Was that true?
No,
Why did you tell them?
because I didn't want them to take them away.
Why not?
Because I wanted to be alone with my firearm and take my life.
Oof.
When did you make that decision?
I made that decision as I've realized I had just lost everything in a 15-second conversation with my coworker.
Oh. Sorry about that expression.
Where were your firearms?
They were upstairs in a green safe
In your bedroom?
in my bedroom.
So you went upstairs, you mentioned?
Yes.
What was your state of mind at that point, whether or not Justin was coming over or not?
I didn't think Justin was coming over. I knew that Kaden was going to Justin, but I would never think Justin was coming over.
Why not?
That's just not like normal practice to put a plaintiff and defendant in the same room intentionally. Usually you're doing the opposite as police officers. So I didn't think Justin was in the house.
And the opposite being what? What's the opposite of what they did here?
Bring him.
They let Justin in my house.
So what's the normal procedure?
Normal procedure is to separate people. It's like the first thing you do on any call where there's any sort of
Restraining order.
argument, you separate.
Now, you've served restraining orders, you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Is there a provision in those orders for accessing property?
I don't know about specific provisions. I can tell you
What it said at the
like
time.
what I've done before on a call where there was a restraining order involved. I don't know if it's a provision or not, though.
Okay, we'll move on from there.
Okay.
So you were going to go upstairs,
Yes.
and you had made that awful decision already?
Yes.
What was your state of mind about whether or not you wanted to involve any police officers in that?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I was trying to get everybody away from me.
That's why she was handing
She
him the
wouldn't
stuff.
involve
and
any
telling him to
police
take it
officers.
downstairs.
These
Be
per-
alone.
police officers in particular.
I wanted to be alone so I could kill myself. I decided that I was going to take my own life. I didn't want to involve anybody else in that. I'll just.
Did you go upstairs back and forth a couple times, or did you just go up there once?
I think I went up at least twice. The second time I went up, I was up there for a while.
You remember who accompanied you on each of these trips?
It was Officer Houston and Officer Noonan.
Is that the first time or the second time?
That was the second time.
And was there a visit upstairs before that? Houston and Noonan visit?
Yeah, I was trying to hand them things so they would go away.
Where did that?
That happened upstairs. So I was first in the room. You walk up, there's a landing. The room on the left is Caden's room. I went in there first and I put books in a car seat because Justin's truck didn't have the car seat. And I handed it, I don't even know who I handed it to one of them. And I said, "Can you bring this downstairs?" And
What was what happened after you said that?
somebody brought it downstairs and then they came back up.
So you struck out in terms of what you testified to earlier.
Yeah, I just kept trying to hand them things to make them go away.
Meaning, what do you mean make them go away? Be more specific if you can.
Like,
What was the plan?
I knew if I pulled out my firearm in front of a police officer, I would get shot. That was not my intention, and that's not what I did. I was trying to get them away from me, so that didn't happen. So they weren't put in that position because I'm not dumb. I was a police officer. If someone takes out a gun in front of you, yes, that's
Careful.
a threat. Yes, that's somebody that you probably feel threatened from.
Don't give
So,
prosecution too much there.
but if you want to kill yourself, why not just let it happen that way?
That's no,
Police by
that's
suicide.
selfish. I would never do that.
Police by
Even
suicide by
looking
cop.
back now, like reflecting for 9 months, I think my decision to do it to myself was selfish to everybody who loves me. So I'll just leave it at that. I wanted to kill myself, me and my gun, no one else involved.
How many different times did you try to have the officers transport some stuff downstairs?
Several.
At some point, did Officer Houston leave the second floor?
Yes.
And that left who up there?
Officer Noonan.
So upstairs it was Officer Noonan and yourself.
Yes.
At some point, did you go across that landing to the other room?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was on the floor packing more clothes in the duffel bag.
In which room?
My bedroom.
Okay,
When
hold
you
on.
walk up
Hold on.
the stairs to the right.
Okay, so you finish up in the other room and you go to your,
Yes.
all right. Tell us the circumstances of where do you go, where does Noonan go when you go into your bedroom?
So nobody came into my bedroom with me. I was asked, I can't even say who exactly, like I don't know if Officer Houston had come back up at the time, but somebody asked me, who is that downstairs? And I said, I have no idea. And off
Let me ask you a little bit about that. What was your state of mind about you being asked that? What were you thinking about?
I was like, I don't know.
Did you hear anybody come in?
No, but they did. Because they were on the landing, they would be able to. I was like more into my bedroom than them. So I was like, I have no idea who's here. Shouldn't you guys know?
What happened next?
Officer Houston walked down the stairs first. Officer Noonan followed him down several steps.
Did that give you a chance to do anything?
That was, I knew, my only chance to be alone with my firearm.
Show you. What's shown in Exhibit 51?
That's my bedroom. That's the room on the top of the landing to the right.
Where's the photographer standing in this picture?
He's standing in the doorway.
When you went to go get that firearm, was there anyone in your view in that landing?
No,
Is this after you saw Noonan depart?
yes, his back was turned towards me. He was following Officer Houston down the stairs.
Did he stay that way or did he disappear from that scene?
Well, he must have turned around at some point and walked back up the stairs because,
You know how when you're near somebody that's going up and downstairs, you can hear going up and downstairs. Did you hear any particular number of
no,
steps?
I'm certain I heard him and saw him walk down several steps.
Okay. And how did that affect your state of mind at that very instant?
I knew that was my moment.
To do what?
Kill myself.
What did you do?
So that shoebox was not on top of the green safe.
At the time you were doing this?
At the time, yeah, there was nothing on top of the safe.
All right. And you're referring, for the record, there's a orange lined box in the picture?
Yeah, it looks like.
Is that what you're talking about?
It looks like a shoebox. Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Britt, can you just give me a moment to catch
Sure.
up?
Absolutely.
Sir, did you say that that box was not on? What did you say about that box?
That box was not there. That the top of that chest, I'm calling it a safe. It's a chest that locks. That's where I kept my firearms. The top of it, nothing was on it. So whatever was placed there after, that was not there before.
Yes.
What about the chair? Is that how the chair was?
The chair was turned the other way because that was the chair I rockaded in. It was not facing that way. The back of the chair was up against the wall, I guess.
So kind of like as you'd expect it to be in the room. Facing.
Yeah, I would need to pivot like this to be right. So it was probably moved. My room is small.
And to get at your guns in there, you kind of have to flip up the top of that chest?
Yes.
Where you,
Just would be.
where was your
Right
focus
back.
in terms
Yeah.
of the firearm, the chest,
That way.
whether Noonan's coming back? Where are you focused?
I was just like, hurry up before somebody comes back.
And what did you do?
I grabbed the gun out of the chest. I put it up to my chest here.
So
No,
what
not
was
to her
going on
head.
with you putting it up to your chest? What was that all about? What do you mean when you say you put it up to your,
Like I
you
just-
made a motion to your stomach area, right?
Yeah, like I just grabbed it quickly. I bent over, grabbed it, put it here, took 2 steps backwards. And I don't want to make the motion of what I did because
You
it's
can just
it's
say what you did.
horrible. But I put the gun up to my head,
Which hand did you use?
my right hand,
And where on your head did you put it? Just, can you just describe it?
my temple.
Was Noonan in the door frame by now?
Not yet. He had just walked in, like when I pulled the trigger on myself, with the gun pointing towards my head.
What happened when you pulled the trigger?
He said, "Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no." I pulled the trigger. I'm sorry, but I said fuck.
And what happened next?
I got shot.
How long after you said that did you get shot?
I don't even think I got to the K in the word before I was shot.
But what did that feel like?
What part?
Getting shot in the chest.
Hurt?
Did the force of that bullet knock you in any particular direction?
It knocked me backwards.
Do you recall what happened with your firearm?
I got moved. It was
Well,
on.
before we, I'm sorry,
Okay.
better question. I'll ask you a better question.
Okay.
Right at that point, as you're shot and you're flying back or falling back, or whatever you want to call it, can you remember what happened with your firearm?
It fell out of my hands. It was to my head and it fell out of my hand. And I fell on the ground and the firearm fell on the ground.
Couple of questions before we move on. At any point when you were doing that, when you had the firearm up to your head, was Noonan present during the time you raised the firearm to your head?
Like when I motioned up to my head with it,
Correct.
no, he was not in the room. Nobody was in the room.
When Noonan came into your view, where was the gun pointed?
The gun was pointed at my temple.
At any point, did you move the muzzle of that gun
No,
towards Noonan?
no, never.
Did you move it anywhere?
No, never.
Did you ever intend to harm Noonan?
Never.
What did you know about Noonan's kind of personal circumstances in your time getting to know him?
He was like, I mean, so he was a cop for a long time, and I was considered like a rookie. And after I had like a few really bad calls in a row, and everybody kind of knew it, and the senior guys would like check in on me and give me advice, and he was one of those people, and he told me his own personal experience with like calls and how to handle them when they're bad.
So, what was his family situation?
I've met his wife. I knew he had a, a son just by like talking.
Did you want to involve him in your tragedy?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I wanted to take my own life. I never pointed the gun at a fellow police officer. It never happened.
When you went onto the ground, what did Noonan do after he shot you?
I thought he walked away and Lieutenant Daly came over to me and then I think Noonan walked back over to me and like I couldn't say anything really, but I couldn't breathe and I think I was just like, why did you do that? Like it hurts, and then I just wasn't
Say
able.
that?
I said, why? Like, why? And he was holding my hand. Officer Noonan was holding my hand. And I said, why? I was so confused. Why?
Where was Daly?
Daly was there.
What's he doing?
He was on the radio. I don't know what he said exactly on the radio. I'm assuming, like,
The officer
So-
down.
You get shot, and you got shot in the chest, right?
Yeah.
Lower chest. Well, after being shot, how did that affect your ability? I sound like a lawyer, but how did that affect your ability to perceive things, recollect things?
I went into, like, a huge adrenaline shock. It didn't feel like normal pain. It almost felt like absent pain, but it felt like my entire body was burning and I was completely alert, completely awake the whole time. I was speaking as much as I could. My lung was punctured, so that's why I was having trouble breathing. But other than that, I was very alert and aware of my surroundings.
Where were you laying in the room?
I was laying between my bed and the wall where the air conditioner is.
Were your legs parallel to the foot of the bed or somewhere else?
I think so. Yeah, I think that they were.
Were you bleeding?
Yes.
Is that the way you wanted this to happen?
No.
What do you remember next?
The fire department got there fast. It felt really fast. They put me in like a bed.
Not now.
Watch your heads. And
Probably because
they brought me
everybody's tuning in.
outside and I think when I was still in my house, one of the firefighters was trying to put oxygen on my face and I was taking it off and just saying, I want to die, I want to die, I want to die.
Did you make any apologies at any point?
I think I said, I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself, I want to die. Like, I just didn't understand what just, like, I don't know what just happened. I tried
Mental
to shoot
overload.
myself and then I got
Got shot.
shot in the chest. Like nothing really made, like I was just in total disbelief and shock.
Did you, at any point before you got taken out of there, did you hear Noonan saying anything about what happened?
No.
Did you see Houston yet?
Houston, yes. He came in and I think he put like medical like gauze on the wound. Somebody did. He had the medical bag. I remember that.
Were you able to
Really?
sort of perceive the first aid techniques they were
No.
administering to you?
No, I wasn't
Just
paying
tap on the
attention
ground.
to it. I was like trying to focus on
Sorry.
breathing because it felt like I was choking. Like it
You
felt
were.
like I was drowning.
So they bring you downstairs, and
From blood
at
flowing
what
into
point
your
in the
lungs.
trip downstairs and out of the house were you trying to take off the
Air
mask?
flowing
I think the
out.
whole time. And when I was in the ambulance, I said to everybody, I'm a fucking idiot. I just tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. I'm a fucking idiot.
And then
I
what
said that to everybody. I said that to the hospital staff. I said that to all the firefighters. I probably said that when I was laying on the ground. Those were the words I just kept repeating.
What were they doing to you in the ambulance before the ambulance departed in terms of working on you?
They were working on getting a med flight. I had to get a blood transfusion.
Internal bleeding.
I finally agreed to keep the oxygen mask on my face, and they were doing my vitals and just trying to keep me stable before I was going to be transported to the hospital.
Hospital did you go to?
I was flown by med flight to Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston.
So by helicopter?
Yes.
And then when you were in the helicopter, was there anybody that you knew in the helicopter?
No, when I was in the ambulance, I was holding on to firefighter Smirtelni's hand.
And can you spell that for the court? It's a funny spelling. Why don't you spell that? If you can.
His first name's Kevin.
And it says, let me take a crack at that. Is it Smiertelny?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think you're right.
And did he go in the helicopter?
No, he was holding my hand the whole time I was in the ambulance and comforting me. And I asked if he could go in the helicopter. I didn't want to let go of his hand. I asked, can you come in the helicopter with me? And he said, I can't, no one can.
Okay. So you get in the helicopter, you're getting transported to Mass General, is it? Now, was there another problem with the oxygen in the helicopter?
It either like ran out or it shut off. And
Jeez.
when you're in a med flight, you're laying down and there's a person flying the helicopter next to you, and I just like tapped him and like gestured. I can't, like, it felt like I was drowning again. Felt like I was choking on, I couldn't get a breath. So I just like told him, like, I couldn't talk, but I gestured like to the oxygen that was above me. It wasn't working, and I think they had switched the tank or something, or turn it back on. Something happened, but my oxygen got shut off in the helicopter, and they had to fix it.
Was that indicative of maybe some kind of a change of heart about whether you wanted to die?
Yeah, I think so. It's hard to say in those exact moments because it took a lot of healing from the moment I decided to make a suicide attempt to now to be healed mentally. So I don't know what my exact thoughts were in that moment, but I know when I got to the hospital, I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. How could I be so stupid?
What was the length of time that you were at Mass General?
Like the length from when I was admitted to discharge, it was 53 days.
How many operations have you had?
I've had 5.
What were the kind of the main issues that
Objection to the relevance.
Relevance?
just the circumstances, Your Honor, of what happened to her?
Sustained.
May I have a moment, please? Your Honor?
Yes. Take your time. So, Ross, I need to, let's take a 10-minute break, please.
All right.
Break and or a couple of minute break, and I'm gonna take advantage of this myself. So. Stuff. Fortunately, in my life, I've been in a situation where I had to try to talk a friend of mine to put a sidearm down because he wanted to do bad things to himself. It takes a lot of sympathy, a lot of talking. Uh, you do not lead, do not jump for the gun, and that's, well, my position was not appropriate to make any actions towards the firearm. It took a little while for him to finally hand it to me, and he had one chambered. He had a clip and one in the chamber. That was not going to go click when he pulled the trigger. So that's not a fun situation in the middle of the night out on a deserted hillside that I happened to find him because I kind of knew he liked to go there. And his wife was the one who called me saying, "Hey, she was spastic. She didn't know where he was. Knew he was hurting in trouble, and the firearm was missing from the house." Not fun. Anyhow. It kind of brings up that memory. I mean, luckily he didn't at that time. Many years later, it's another story. Yeah. Break time. Go do what you need to do. I'm gonna get some more coffee.
Well, that session makes it, Your Honor, we're back to the record and Kelsey, Fitzsimmons matter, all counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, Ms. Fitzsimmons, you may resume the stand. I think we're ready for cross, right? Yes.
You know at your time to domestic call one thing. Could be true, they're the most dangerous, right? That's where.
I go into every call thinking it could be dangerous, but I guess domestics are. If that's a fact, then yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can you just keep your voice up?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Sure. We'll go with you. Every call is dangerous, right?
It could be.
Sure. Well, you have to treat it that way.
Yes.
Right? Because you don't know what you do.
Yeah.
Domestic calls, like we just talked about, can be especially dangerous because you're dealing with people who are highly emotional.
Right.
Okay?
That's why you always separate when you get to a scene.
And we'll get to
Pullovers and domestic, two most dangerous situations for any police officer. Street pullover and a domestic.
Thank you.
Often with domestic.
When you walk into a domestic situation, whether it's your restraining order that you're serving, whether it's a call for some sort of domestic violence, right? You walk in there with a heightened sense of awareness. Is that fair to say?
As a police officer, you always have a higher sense of awareness.
But domestics are kind of a different animal.
Yeah, I guess so.
And
Get near the mic.
because emotions are true.
Yes.
And sometimes the opposite love, hate, is anger, and things can go in 9 different directions in a minute.
Sure.
When you're dealing with someone who you know has a mental health path, it can be even more
Volatile.
Yeah.
I wouldn't use that word as it pertains to mental health, respectfully.
There is as a police officer, there's a heightened sense of awareness, right? You're taking all the information in.
In every call, yes. Yeah.
Well, domestic violence call in particular. You don't agree with me there?
No, I do. I agree with you on every call. A heightened sense of awareness is key to being a police officer. So domestic, car accident, anything. We go to work in a bulletproof vest.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, we have
And so,
to.
when you go to a domestic, we talk, or you talk, try to separate, right?
Yes.
Near a mic, dude.
Because if they come together, or you can see each other sometimes, bad things can happen.
Yes.
And so when you walk into a domestic violence situation, or any situation, right? Your first order of business is to keep everybody safe. Fair to say?
Yes.
The people who fall, right?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
If you have a partner, your partner.
Yep, the other officers, yeah.
If there are family members there, you want to keep them safe. True.
As a police officer, your job is to keep everyone, including yourself, safe.
If there are children, you want to keep them safe.
Everybody.
So, and if you think there are guns in the house, that is a particularly serious concern for you also, right?
Yes.
For your safety,
Yes.
your partner's safety,
Yes.
for the children's safety, for everyone, right?
For everybody.
And you know that, correct?
I know that.
And so you know when you walk into a scene, when you think there may be some mental health issues, that there may be some weapons, that you don't take your eyes off anybody, correct?
Yes.
You don't let someone walk into a room by themselves, right?
You shouldn't know.
You should have, I think with Officer Houston, you should be in their pocket, right?
I'm not familiar with that phrase. Did he say that?
He did.
Okay.
Well, if you're not familiar, you should be right in there, right?
Yes.
Because at any point, someone can grab a weapon,
True.
use a weapon,
True.
and especially when there's a heightened sense of volatility on someone's phone, right?
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, right?
Yes.
And that's just not kind of common sense.
Yes.
And you've been trained in that.
Yes.
And so you don't take your eyes off any of the parts.
True.
You don't leave them alone.
True.
That's what you're trained to do. That's what you're supposed to do. And that's pretty much common sense.
That's what you're supposed to do. Yes.
Right. You agree on that?
We do.
Now, if there is you were a police officer, so you know other divisions of the right, like SWAT. You understand what SWAT is, right?
I was a very new police officer. I was only on for about 2 years. I'm not familiar with SWAT. I know it a little bit.
Okay, so we'll talk about what you know.
Okay.
SWAT is a tactical. You know it.
I know that. I don't know exactly what their job functions are.
But you do understand that they respond to highly volatile situations that are dangerous.
Yes.
If there is a weapon involved, barricaded, there's an active shooter, they respond.
Yeah, they go to everything that's bad.
Because they're highly trained to deal with those situations. True?
True.
They're the ones who see guns all the time, see violence all the time, and have to react to a weapon. True?
True.
Because not every call involves a weapon. Some of them are, like you said, car accidents. True?
Every call is very different.
Yeah. And so, but those guys are trained and picked because they deal with that. True?
I don't know how they're picked or trained. I know nothing about their training or the process of becoming on SWAT.
Okay, but you know to call them. It's something.
That wouldn't be my job, but my supervisors. But yes, we can agree to that. Yes,
Okay.
they get called to bad things. I know this.
They get called to bad things and have to deal with that.
Yes.
And you know
Yeah, that's
that as a police officer, you need to qualify and get trained in order to do certain things. If you're like a domestic violence officer, may have to be trained in domestic
It's called a
violence.
human
to
resource office.
Be in a unit like that.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have that on my department, but I have heard of that on other departments. Like a domestic violence detective would probably be trained more in that sense.
Right. So there's sometimes specialties
Yes.
that people focus on.
Damn it.
Yeah.
People are prepared to deal with. And,
Yes.
Officer Noonan
Yeah.
was on the SWAT team. You know that.
I know that now.
You knew he started in Andover that and
I knew he started in North Andover.
then he went to Lawrence.
Yes.
And Lawrence is really a different atmosphere than North Andover. You agree with me there?
Yes.
North Andover,
does get the flood in of Lawrence.
sure, there's some crossover.
Yes.
Right? But you know what that crossover is.
Yes.
True.
True.
It's not to disparage any community, right? But Lawrence has more guns than North Andover.
I think so. I don't know off personal knowledge, but I would assume.
They have more gangs.
Yes, that I do know. Yes.
They have more drugs.
Yes.
They have more violence.
Yes.
They have more need for people who can deal with that. Correct?
Yes.
And you know that Officer Noonan worked in Lawrence for years.
I did know that. Yes.
You did know, right?
Yeah, I did.
And then he came back. Did you say you were on the job or not on the job when he?
I was already on the job when he came back.
Okay. And you know he came back from Lawrence, right? And when he came back from Lawrence, it was really he was the most experienced person on the force. He had been through.
I didn't know his experiences.
Okay, you knew that he was.
I honestly thought I looked at my lieutenants as that
Well,
for me.
Officer Noonan, after you're on the job, you look up.
Yeah, I looked up to all the senior officers that were willing to train me or give me any type of advice.
We're talking about
He did that. So yes,
yeah, you looked up to him. You knew he was experienced.
yes,
You knew he was a by the book kind of guy, that he was going to teach you well.
yes.
You went to him for that.
I went to him for advice.
Right. And you went to him for advice because you thought he knew what he was doing, right? He'd been through the ringers. That's why you went, right?
No, he told me, he reached out to me and told me that, you know, he's been on bad calls before and this is how he handles it.
Right.
And
And you appreciate it.
I did.
And it seemed like that was true with the advice he was giving you.
Yes,
He was
yes,
a gentleman about it.
yes.
Okay. Justin's a different story. Justin, on June 30th, you had said that what was happening was a surprise. I don't know if you used those words. But the demeanor you gave off was came out of it, right?
I was very confused.
You were confused, but stuff, and we're not going to get into it, but stuff that happened that weekend before, that Saturday night, that would have given you some inkling that something was wrong. Right?
I was aware me and Justin were in an argument. I was aware the second I woke up in the morning. That's why we were planning to meet.
So it wasn't a surprise that there was some strife between you and him at that point.
No, I knew that. I'm saying I was more surprised about being ditched at the common and the police involvement. Those were
Well, the police had come to your house on that Sunday to check in, right?
I got accused of.
I'm not asking what you were accused of.
They came to see if I was okay. They thought I was in a car accident. I was never in a car accident.
Okay. But they came to you because they're concerned, right?
They thought I was in a car accident.
Okay. And on the Monday,
Somebody told them that.
on Monday, well, okay, we'll get back to that. In a
Okay.
while, okay. On the Monday, you were surprised by this order, correct?
Yes, I was surprised by the order.
And you say that
I think I got it.
you have no idea why this is happening.
Right.
You eventually think that you're, well, you know Katie's going to be taken away from you for a short period of time, right?
You say short, and that's fine. But he was 4 months old, and it was 14 days. That's an eternity for me.
I grant you that.
Okay.
I grant you that.
Thank you.
That is a significant amount of time for any parent. True?
Yeah.
Okay?
Sure.
So I'm sure that was devastating to you, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And it was Justin who was doing that to you, right? It wasn't the police.
No. Right.
It was Justin who went to court, who said, I should have custody of that child, correct?
Correct.
And so that's who is doing these things to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's who your anger was focused on, right?
I mean, I don't even know if I got to the point of grieving, of anger yet. I don't think I was there yet. But if any of my emotions were directed towards somebody, it would be Justin.
Sure.
Yes.
Because you felt betrayed.
I did.
And you knew he was going to get Katie.
I knew that I had to give Caden to the police, for the police to give Caden to
Okay,
Justin.
well, you know the police don't take custody of children, right?
I don't know that.
Well, as your time as a police officer, you have been actually taking custody of a child.
I have.
So you're telling this court, you're telling the judge, that if there is not a family member to take a child because something happens, that you actually take the child and leave? You don't call DCF?
Well, you always file a 51A after the fact.
And then they come to the home and they take it, right?
So I guess the call I went on was different. I did end up taking the juvenile in my police car. I drove her to the police station where she met with family members.
Okay, so how old is this person?
She was maybe 12.
Okay, well, we're talking about infants, right? You wouldn't transport it.
No, I guess.
So,
Counsel's testifying about facts that are not in evidence, they're not proven. They're sort of being suggested as if they're gospel, which might mislead the witness.
Okay, so overruled, but Mr. Gubitosi, can you just allow Ms. Fitzsimmons to complete her answer? And like all witnesses, I don't
Hopefully
want you
it sounds
folks
better.
speaking over one another.
There's a level of noise, but
so you agree with me that
to do that,
DCF
to try to pick
typically come and get an infant, right?
Doofus who's away from a mic.
Yes, I've never personally had a call with.
Well, okay, let's just talk about your career. You said you.
I think so. I can't tell you for sure.
Well, let's just talk about your career. When did you graduate the academy? May of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and you went out on leave on when?
I went light duty while I was pregnant. I was about 20 weeks pregnant when the duty belt didn't clip anymore.
Okay, so, but you went out on February 16th, that was Kate's birthday, right? That's your official leave?
Yeah, that's my official leave.
Okay, so 20 weeks, and he was, so you do the math. How many months were you actually on the road?
Okay, let's see. So like 7 months, and then I was light duty. So I graduated the police academy in May of 2024, and I went out on maternity leave February 16th of 2025.
So were you actually just on the road for 7 months?
Light duty, you're not on the road because, I mean, you're pregnant.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. And that was your choice to stay in the station and work that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you were actually on the road, going to calls, doing the dirty work as a police officer, just for 7 months, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to jump back to June 30th at the house after the police come, right? You called your mom. You asked to do that, and they let you do that, right? There's no prohibition.
Are you talking about after the police?
Yes, after the police arrived.
Yes, I called my mom.
Okay, and she came.
Yes.
Okay, she came. Now, you called her your best friend, right?
My mom is.
She's your best friend, right? And so you could have talked to her, correct?
Yes.
When Justin arrived, you knew he came in the house, right? You heard him.
No.
You didn't hear him come in the house?
No.
You knew he was coming to get the baby.
I never expected a police officer to allow the victim or plaintiff in a case to enter the home where the defendant is. That.
Well, you knew he was getting a child, correct?
Yeah, but I thought that I passed Kaden off to walk outside. I never thought, or I never knew Justin was in my home.
You knew he was coming to the house?
I thought they would do it at the school, but yes, I mean, I knew he was going to be in the vicinity. I never expected or knew he walked through my front door.
When you went upstairs, and we'll talk about that green chest you called it, correct?
Yes.
Was it locked?
No.
Okay, you can just flip it open.
Yes.
When you claimed you pulled the trigger, it clicked.
It did.
It was not around in the chain.
Correct.
There was a full magazine in it, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you used that gun to go shooting on Friday, true?
That's true. That's why I didn't chamber around, thank God.
And when you're doing shooting, were you qualifying? What were you doing on that Friday?
We have a qualification, yeah.
Okay, so you had to do that, right?
Yeah, because...
And when you're shooting for qualifying, when you're at the range, how do you hold your pistol?
2 hands, and then there's some where they say use your strong hand or your left hand, you're not strong.
But your typical reflex is 2 hands, true?
Yeah, that's
Two hands extended.
most of the range day. Yeah.
Right, that's your training. That's the safest way.
Teaching them to
to
hip
shoot a gun,
shoot.
true? So that's your default?
Wild, wild
That's what we
west.
do at the range for those 8 hours, other than the one part where you shoot with your strong and non-strong hands.
So on Friday, you spent hours shooting with two hands?
Yes. Yeah, it was Friday, yes.
Well, I'm asking you.
I think so.
Now, you stated that after the police came and you were starting to process things, true?
Yes.
And it took a bit for you to process things. You felt your life unraveling, if you will. True?
Yeah, as I was packing things, it just started to hit me like this is going, this is going, this is going. It just, as I was walking around the house, I just was like,
all those things are going, and it's all because of what Justin did.
yes.
Thank you. I have nothing else, Judge.
Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. All right, you may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
And the defense, you can call your next witness.
Or cross rather, I'm sorry.
Your Honor,
Okay. Aside from what?
the view.
Okay. All right, so can I see counsel at sidebar along with Ms. Fitzsimmons?
Oh. Oh. Interesting. Actually, for all the testimonies so far, hers seems to be the most coherent. Answered, not a lot of her stories pretty much holds. You know, hard to explain the events of that day with everything starts happening. Oh, hold up. I mean, you're losing it minute by minute, and reality starts kicking into the situation. You're not rationally thinking, you're emotionally overloaded. So asking a lot of what was going on questions, it's like you're sensory overloaded. I mean, she got focused on one function, and everything else was kind of distraction or distracting. So, hell, if she remembers as much as she did from ambulance and flight, that's impressive. But I'd imagine they would have, given her something for the pain that would kind of knocked her out or made her a little goofy, or a lot of goofy. Oh, yeah. Let's see if we can. It's interesting that he asked her to show up as well, both counsel and her. Unless, I don't know, can a judge say I've heard enough? I think he has to wait. I don't know. Oh, and while we have the break, don't forget, uh, this here's the fundraiser for Kelsey. Make money to help pay for this, and don't forget she's got a family court trial coming up in a couple of weeks. That's when she has to go battle against douchebag over child and everything else. Probably even the dog too. Fucking loser. But anyhow, yeah. This goes straight to a fundraiser. The money goes straight into that. Doesn't touch my hands at all. It goes right to, again, it's not a GoFundMe. I keep forgetting to look it up. It's not a GoFundMe. It's a, no, anyhow. It's legit. I have nothing to do with it. It goes straight to her fund, her legal defense fund. Now this up here, this is me. A couple of tips wouldn't hurt. I need it. I really need it. Forgive the grifting, but yeah, I do. More so than I care to admit.
So, you know what, couple of things that we discussed at sidebar. First, I just want to make sure that procedurally we're as precise as we need to be. So technically, the defense hasn't rested because we have the issue of the view. We're going to, as we discussed at sidebar, what I'd like to do is break until 2. At 2, I'd like a definitive answer on whether the defense still seeks to have me view the location, number one. Number two, I'd like to conduct that charge conference that we spoke of, and 3, leave with a schedule as to, definitive schedule as to what will happen tomorrow, which the hope would be that you folks do your closings and I begin my deliberations. All right, so let's reconvene. That will give you enough time, Mr.
Yes,
Brado?
thank
Okay.
you very much.
All right, and, yeah, okay. So we will stand in recess until 1 o'clock.
All right.
Okay. Well, we got an hour, folks. See what I can put on for tunes. Hopefully, you know, YouTube doesn't strike me for, or tell me they're gonna demonetize my account, despite the fact that I'm not monetized, so I can only make anything via. But apparently, I played some tunes on day 1, and I got a. Well, it wasn't rude. It was actually polite, and I was surprised to see it. They didn't just say, "Oh, you have a violation with music somewhere in your video." They actually gave me a timestamp, so that was nice. So I can go like right to it and go clip and put it back up. So I just thought it was funny that they, as they examined my broadcast, my upload, they noticed music violation, but they didn't notice I wasn't in monetary status to begin with. So I still want to send them a response saying, "Okay, monetize me first, and then demonetize me for that video," and I'm cool. Ain't gonna happen until I get a lot more members, subscribers, likes, A lot of likes would be nice. I get lots of views. All my videos, I've got lots of views. I'm at almost 25,000 views. And that's primarily from this account. I only just started the Watch Bar Crime Watch, where this should be at, because I did it again. I loaded it and sent it to the Wasp Bar World account, not no, anyhow, it's posted. Anyways, lots of views. Need a lot of members. Sign up. Just click. Doesn't cost a dime. Helps me too. Maybe get monetized. So if I do something silly, YouTube can come back and demonetize it. So tips. That's Venmo. I also have Cash App and Buy Me a Coffee. You can usually find it in my description beyond this, and I usually tag it on the end of my videos. I try not to grift during the show, because who wants to hear it? But anyhow, we're at lunch. So we got about an hour and 10 minutes. And I think then they're going to decide if they're going on the field trip. Sounds like from this judge, he's not all that interested in going, which, I don't blame him. I mean, it's a whole lot of, just, a lot of moving around and a lot of doing stuff that, really wouldn't be all that needed. I mean, it almost sounds like he's heard enough, and he's like, we're good. But again, Kelsey seemed to have given the best coherent answers. She pretty much answered straightforward. She didn't have to do a lot of thinking and answering questions that wasn't asked, which she saw a lot of from Noonan. Yes, yeah, I'm not even giving him a picture. I just left him a ambiguous, intimidating looking nobody. Rude, but all right, cop story. She's an action hero. She can, go from knelt on the ground to through the air, cover 4 feet, grab a gun, point it at him, jump backwards while slapping and then racking, and wow. I mean, that was quite a show. Oh, and the fundraiser, great, just you silly thing. Oh, it's Give, Send, Go. It should be easy to remember. Give, Send, Go. So money to that goes straight to the Give, Send, Go account. And this goes straight to our legal defense to pay for everything we're watching. Plus the family court case coming up that we won't be able to see because they seldomly ever televise family courts because it usually involves children and a lot of personal information. I know a lot of places, sometimes even they don't let the general public. I think that no reporters or no recordings. So it's just probably the people with a pen and a draw board. But okay, I'm gonna check out. Okay, sorry. Squirrel. Yeah. Shall do it this way. Enjoy your lunch, everybody, and I'll try to get back before they do. And in the meantime, let's see what kind of tunes I can dig up for you. See if I can find the folder I put all of them in.
The shadows twist where moonlight's thin. A raccoon lurks with a knowing grin. His coat is striped, his instinct sharp. In the night he plays his part. A suitcase clicks, a code to know. A gas can base sets the tempo low. He prowls the alleys with nimble feet. Every clue's a rhythm beat. Secrets whisper and footsteps fall. The wash bear hears, he knows it all. Through the darkness he'll unwind every mystery left behind. The neon flickers, smoke curls up. A hidden card inside his cup. His whiskers twitch, his tail's a key to unlock a world of mystery. The alley cats, they spill the tea in code and riddles you'll never see. He tilts his hat, adjusts his tie. He's the wash bear, always sly. Secrets whisper and footsteps fall. The wash bear hears, he knows it all. Through the darkness he'll unwind every mystery left behind. ascended the tower and kissed the stone, and the stones kissed me back. How hard did it hit? No one knows. It awoke my ancestral blood that flowed through my bones. I'm now an Irishman down to my toes. I've traveled the lands from the cliffs to the sands. I'm an Irishman now. Hear my clans. I've shed my blood. I'm an Irish man now. secret spree. Ooh, yeah. Little raccoon detective, slick as can be. Hey, hey. Asking clues, he's hot on the trail. Woo. Solving mysteries, he'll never fail. Wash bear, where you at? Huh. Sleuthing, slick in your detective hat. Woo. Cracking codes, rolling baseline beats. Yeah, yeah. Making secrets sound so sweet. Spying with stealth, he's got that swing. Mm-hmm. Shadow play moves, hear the bass string sing. Bounce, mystery whispers in the funky breeze. Oh snap, gas cans clinking, unlocking keys. Who's got the rhythm to solve the scene? Who that? Wash bear undercover, keeping it clean. Ooh, with a flashlight wing and a sly little grin. He's grooving to the answer, let the truth spin. Wash bear, where you at? Something slick in your detective hat. Ooh. Cracking codes, rolling baseline beats. Making secrets sound so sweet. Danger ahead, but he don't fret. Fur like velvet, a real asset. Smooth raccoon claws tapping, writing up the crime. In the world of funk, he's right on time. He's creeping on a secret spree. Ooh, yeah. Little raccoon detective, slick as can be. Hey, hey. Asking clues, he's hot on the trail. Woo. Solving mysteries, he'll never fail. Wash bear, where you at? Huh. Sleuthing, slick in your detective hat. Ooh. Cracking codes, rolling baseline beats. Yeah, yeah. Making secrets sound so sweet. Spying with stealth, he's got that swing. Mm-hmm. Shadow play moves, hear the bass string sing. Bounce, mystery whispers in the funky breeze. Oh snap, gas cans clinking, unlocking keys. Who's got the rhythm to solve the scene? Who that? Wash bear undercover, keeping it clean. Ooh, with a flashlight wing and a sly little grin. He's grooving to the answer, let the truth spin. Wash bear, where you at? Something slick in your detective hat. Ooh. Cracking codes, rolling baseline beats. Making secrets sound so sweet. Danger ahead, but he don't fret. Fur like velvet, a real asset. Smooth raccoon claws tapping, writing up the crime. In the world of funk, he's right on time.
In a city slick with wings and braids, a shadow eyes gleam in the night, solving crimes beneath streetlight. With his fedora tilted and trench coat tight, the city's villains know his bite. A raccoon detected, sharp and sly, the truth emerges by and by. Washback cracks the case with flair, through smoky rooms and lingering stares. A master sleuth, he leaves no clue. A whisper in the dark, it's always true. Alleys murmur where the shadows creep, a secret buried running deep. Whispers of danger, trails gone cold, but Washbear's courage is brash and bold. Neon signs flicker, casting their glow. He follows the leads where no one will go. Upon the trigger, a mind razor sharp, Washbear's the star in this Norrish art. Washbear cracks the case with flair, through smoky rooms and lingering stares. A master sleuth, he leaves no clue. A whisper in the dark, it's always true.
I ascended the tower and kissed the stone, and the stones kissed me back. How hard did it hit? No one knows. It awoke my ancestral blood that flowed through my bones. I'm now an Irishman down to my toes. I've traveled the lands from the cliffs to the sands. I'm an Irishman now. Hear my clans. I've shed my blood. I'm an Irish man now. I ascended the tower, kissed the stone, and the stones kissed me back. How hard did it hit? No one knows. It awoke my ancestral blood that flowed through my bones. I'm now an Irishman down to my toes. I've traveled the lands from the cliffs to the sand. I'm an Irishman, now hear my clans. I've shed my blood. I'm an Irishman now. My blood, my blood, my blood is shed now. I have scars upon me head. My blood on my hand. My blood has touched the land. For I'm an Irishman.
city slink with rain's embrace. A shadow slinks, can't lose the chase. Washbear's eyes gleam in the night, solving crimes beneath streetlight. With his fedora tilted and trench coat tight, the city's villains know his bite. A raccoon detective, sharp and sly. The truth emerges by and by. Washbear cracks the case with flair. Through smoky rooms and lingering stairs. A master sleuth, he leaves no clue. A whisper in the dark, it's always true. Alleys murmur where the shadows creep. A secret buried, running deep. Whispers of danger, trails gone cold. But Washbear's courage is brash and bold. Neon signs flicker, casting their glow. He follows the leads where no one will go. A paw on the trigger, a mind razor sharp. Washbear's the star in this noirish art. Washbear cracks the case with flair. Through smoky rooms and lingering stairs. He leaves no clue. A whisper in the dark, it's always true.
When day was a poor and a land got a swan and a doomers weighed his life. From the great up died, from the crews of mate, and the gutter them was us to car. Gay was a trick and a crook, and John never won and roll pay. From the ship some Betty and none and by another run that's called go away. From trip chap chap and the crest drop sap to the follow came and the more. From the just ship to the console pops to the washing chatty and how. Gay was a land on a fall of tune and the subs have gone to feed. From the push their tops then again the shakes then he lick away from me. Gay was a fight with a funding vibe and he said a silver swall. When beyond the speed with a shake fee with a one more made no ball. From no and the berry wrongs and the hands and everything. Just she waist and the walls all feist and the counting tready one day. When there was a poor when the govern up cobra we could spend land to ship. When he stops them ship and the kicks of Kip and his island diver ship. When day was a gun from a London come, so we ended from the fall. On me trigger this what, then he spot this spot, cause in what form are I know? Yes, John and John was a dick at a lung when the feet full sores be bow. When a calls a quick and a lynch too weak, I'm above full friendly long. When day was a cold from the southern town, Newton Seagum in the dead. And his gun mama left and he sat them down, but a cush there kissed their bread.
One day was a mo from the Duke and her songs, 300 flotsam goes. When he saw some go, Mama Rinda Brown, when he beef and crushed of lows. And man run man when he's gone never none, when he's gave a province spearing, cause I got a seat to his gun to eat, but the long and tiny one did.
Monday was a grief and the donkey's sleep, although him he was the seat.
One check.
And the unknowns raised and the ladies fought and my rin roughed up to meet.
One day was a loser, the conky woes, and he fell at one day's grace. When I called and what's and the body stopped to the fools him had one brace. He says and sept and he chapped to the flaps other than 1 3 to date. Time was line to the dundo one from the bus start min to gate.
He's creeping on a secret spree. Ooh yeah. Little raccoon detective, slick as can be. Hey, hey. Asking clues, he's hot on the trail. Woo. Solving mysteries, he'll never fail. Wash bear, where you at? Huh. Soothing, slick in your detective hat. Woo-wee. Cracking codes, rolling bassline beats. Yeah, yeah. Making secrets sound so sweet. Spying with stealth, he's got that swing. Shadow play moves, hear the bass string sing. Bounce, mystery whispers in the funky breeze. Oh snap, gas cans clinking, unlock the key. Who's got the rhythm to solve the scene? Who that? Wash bear undercover, keeping it clean. With a flashlight wink and a sly little grin, he's grooving to the answer, let the truth spin. Wash bear, where you at? Something slick in your detective hat. Cracking codes, rolling bassline beats, making secrets sound so sweet. Danger ahead, but he don't fret. Fur like velvet, a real asset. Raccoon claws tapping, writing up the crime. In the world of funk, he's right on time. the rain it falls, paints the streets in smoke, through blackened alleys where secrets choke. Washburn's boots hit the ground real slow, a shadow trailing where the neon glows. A cigarette burns, but the truth won't light. The femme fatale vanished into the night. Clues in the gutter, whiskey on his breath. Each step he takes, he's closer to death. Washburn was scratching through the lies. Under the city of darkness thrives. He'll claw the truth, scrape the crime for clues in a world painted in smoky blue. Don't make a sound. City's cracks are where sins are found. The gambler sneers, the bartender hints, but Washburn steps got a trail of prints. The clock ticks louder with a tightening noose. Each lead he chases feels more obtuse. A photo fell, a glint in his eye. Washburn's growl cuts through the sly. Washburn once scratching through lies. Under the city of darkness thrives. He'll claw the truth, scrape the crime for clues in a world painted in smoky blues. Washburn once scratching through the lies. Under the city of darkness thrives. He'll claw the truth, scrape the crime for clues in a world painted in smoky blues.
Under the dim streetlights' faint charade, Washbear prowled where shadows stayed. Eyes sharper than the city's grime, a detective bound by rhythm and rhyme. Oh, Washbear scour the night, tracking clues in fading light. Clever paws and a heart aflame. Mysteries unfold with you out there. A dame in pearls left a trail askew. Her perfume lingers, something new. A half-torn note, the subtleties. Washbear followed with effortless ease. Smoke curls danced in alleyways tight. Neon flickered through the restless night. Each step whispered secrets untold. Washbear's chase was as steady as gold. Oh, Washbear scour the night, tracking clues in fading
bar strides through night charade, his shadow sharp, a moonlit blade. Cigarette smoke curls in the air, silhouettes dance, secrets to share. The city's whispers can't escape from washbars gaze. No mask, no cape. The evidence faint as a sigh. Footprints leading where shadows lie. A dime in the theft or hearts astray. The truth's a step, a clue away. Behind an alley, sharp intrigue, a femme fatale plays her fatigue. But Washbar knows her guise is thin. A ticking clock, the game's within. Behind an alley's sharp intrigue, a femme fatale plays her fatigue. But Washbar knows her guise is thin. A ticking clock, the game's within. Cigarette smoke curls in the air, silhouettes dance, secrets to share. The city's whispers can't escape from Washbar's gaze. No mask, no cape. The raccoon detective cracks the case. It still feels lost, an empty space. Is the city his true enemy? Or is it love, a mystery?
Well, the feed has gone black. Don't know if that means they're coming back, or did they run away? Yep. So, I would play another tune, or well, once the camera does come back, it usually still takes them several minutes to get their shite in order. Yeah, I said, hopefully you enjoying my coverage. If so, bink, 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 bink. If not, send something that way. Hopefully this judge says or thinks they've, you know, the only witness I'm biased. I'm not taking this from a not non-bias. I am biased in this case, and even just listening to testimony, Kelsey's given a fantastic, for the most part. There are a couple of points where I thought she was kind of almost playing into the defense's hand, or the prosecution's hand. Oh, we have activity. We have a window pole and some anti-pigeon spikes outside. And the camera's moving. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. I've got a little faster speed going on. There we go. And see, there are the ouchie bits. Ouchie, anti-pigeons. But anyhow, like I said, she seemed to be consistent, answered straight, answered clean. Didn't do a lot of hesitating, didn't do a lot of ums like I do. Was definitely, definitely believable. Whereas several of the cops seemed like they're like, I'd rather not be here, and I'd rather be outside getting getting kicked in the balls. And of course, the cop with the most on the line is the one who had the most fluctuating, changing story. Not only, did his story change on the stand while he's on the stand? His story has changed several times through the press, through the media, through other testimonies. Even different than what he gave in the grand jury. And remember, or if you don't remember, the grand jury didn't buy murder in this case. They had a hard time selling this case to the grand jury. So, they're just, they barely got this one through a grand jury to indict. So, keep that in mind. They had a hard time, I think, with some of the things going on. And some local politics, what's been going on in Massachusetts with the three other cases involving cops that were cover-ups, or things kind of fell on the floor and didn't make it to defense. Or nope, here we go. Judge is coming in. Everybody stand. Here come the judge. Here come the judge. And let's see how our
Orders in session, please be seated.
how much volume or the sound's going to be on this. Who's speaking? What mic?
On record in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter, all counsel and the defendant
Okay, all right, so I guess let's start with the view. Mr. Bradel, is the defense still seeking a view?
Your Honor, I don't believe we're going to seek a view, just to continue.
field
on.
trip.
I just wanted to submit to the court and I hope I say this right, it's an agreed chalk of the upstairs, and we put in pen just which room is which.
Okay.
And we were going to just submit that as a chalk, Your Honor.
Okay, so as a chalk, so.
I believe came up with a
in other words,
architectural
is what?
look down.
Jesus, man, I'm tongue-tied. Is what you're saying that I shouldn't take these measurements for the truth or something? What is?
Traditionally using a chalk, the witness can talk about it and refer to it, and the court has it for whatever Your Honor's weight you want to give it as the fact finder. And I think what we're saying is that we all trust the court to take it for what it is, which is and I'll tell you a little bit about what it is, Judge. It's an MLS listing, and on the bottom it says the statement on the bottom is part of the exhibit, and you can take it.
Picking my teeth out there, man. I thought it was still off camera.
What's your position on this?
I apologize.
It's small writing at the bottom, if you can read it.
Small writing. You're talking about these square footages?
No, I'm not talking about at the bottom.
Okay, there they are, and they are architectural floor plans from above.
Not in the diagram itself.
Hopefully it's a scale.
Yeah, the floor plan created by?
Yes, if you keep reading that,
Okay, I see. Measurements deemed highly reliable but not guaranteed. All right. So why don't we just strike that? And
no, I like that.
Oh, you like that?
And then it can be an agreed exhibit. I have no problem with it. That's fine.
Okay, you like that. And I apologize. I'm losing steam. So I just, all right. So you want to keep that in, we'll just mark it as a chalk. So why don't we do this? And you want the version that says baby's room, KF's room?
Yes, please.
Okay. Why don't we mark it for ID at least, and then I'll use it. But this is helpful.
Yeah.
And frankly, I think it's more helpful than a view because from my understanding from speaking to you folks at the sidebar, that room is going to look nothing like it did
in the pictures.
The bedroom. So.
Waive the view motion, Judge, and I appreciate all your consideration you gave it, and we're going to rest.
Okay. So let Mr.
Oh, so you're not
Right,
gonna.
So Mr. Rain, that's
Show us.
Exhibit H is the floor plan chalk. And I'm gonna deem the motion for view withdrawn.
Yes, thank you.
And the defense rests. Does the Commonwealth seek to present any rebuttal evidence? Okay, so the Commonwealth rests. Let's talk about, all right, so I'll take care of that.
Judge, if I may, just for the record, I
Sure.
review my motion for required finding. Otherwise, if we get into this conference, I'll probably forget later. So
Okay.
I'm just going to do that now. Waiving argument, thank you.
And I'm sorry, what was the last part?
No argument, just
Okay.
relying on the paper again.
All right, so the oral motion for required finding at the close of all the evidence is denied.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about let's conduct a charge conference, I guess. And I disseminated some proposed law related to the elements of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. And it's been marked as Exhibit C. If you folks had an opportunity to take a look at that. All right, so let's start with the Commonwealth. Any additions, subtractions, objections, etc., modifications?
No, not really. I just want, and I'm sure that Your Honor is aware, I don't necessarily see it in writing that an assault can be committed in either of two ways. I just wanted to be clear that the Commonwealth need only prove one of the theories of assault.
Yeah, so
I'm sure.
I am, but your point is well taken. So what I tried to do is I tried to take my jury instruction and make it more applicable to here. But yes, I think we all agree that under the two different theories, the SJC actually said not to use the term theory. There are two different types of assaults. It can be either or. Surprisingly, I didn't realize that it wouldn't need to be unanimous by the jury. Okay, so other than that, that's duly noted.
It can be
defense,
of split
your view of the law of the case?
We're fine with this, Your Honor, and I do acknowledge that it's two theories and it can be proven either way.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, that's great. So let's talk about tomorrow. And let's talk about closing arguments. So we'll reconvene in the morning, and 30 minutes each side for closings. You think that should suffice?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, fine.
All right, and I'm not going to have like a buzzer or you're not going to, like a trap door, you're not going to fall through and end up in the basement somewhere, but I'll diplomatically and gently warn you when you're getting close, all right? All right, so while we're talking about closings, I want there to be some ground rules, and the main ground rule that I have for this trial is that there should be no gratuitous character assassination, okay?
Nice.
By anyone, either side. It's not helpful, this is a straightforward case. Did the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an assault with a dangerous weapon? The stuff that happened before and after even, not to be cold, callous, and uncaring, are not before me. And it's just not helpful to have either side throw in gratuitous comments about someone's character. Obviously, you'll argue credibility, believability, and but I expect you to stay within the bounds of what would be expected at any trial. After the closings, you'll just meet. We'll stay on the record, and you folks will just note your contentment with the exhibits. I think, is there 100 of them?
98.
98, okay. So 98 the 98 exhibits will come up along with, you'll send up as well, Mr. Ruane, Exhibit C, which is the law, and Exhibit, H, which is the floor plan. So they'll be just like in a jury trial. After you folks have noted your contentment, our court officer will bring it up to me, them up to me, and I will deliberate. I have no idea how long or short of a period of time that it will take me. What my plan would be is, so let's say that I begin deliberations at 10:30. What I likely would tell you at that point is, let's plan on reconvening at 2 tomorrow afternoon, and then I will let Mr. Ruane know if that target is going to be successful or not. I obviously am going to take as much time as I need to reach a verdict, so it may be Friday morning or something, so you folks should make yourselves available. As I said, I intend to announce my verdict here in open court and give some explanation as to why I reached the verdict that I reached. Okay? Anything else? Just see if there's anything else in my...
No.
Defense?
What time did you want to reconvene in the morning?
I'd like to start at 9 and, yeah. Is that doable for everyone? Okay, oh, and I also meant to, this may be obvious, but, so the sequestration order is done now, is vacated, okay? So, folks that were subject to the sequestration order are no longer subject to it, can come in and watch the closings, or et cetera. All right? All right. Thank you. We'll stand in recess.
All right.
Now, interesting. He did point out that in this particular case, if it went to a jury, it did not have to be 12-0. 12, 12 saying yay or nay. It's majority. So the state has to prove above and beyond common sense, reasonable doubt. And even at that, all you need is a simple majority of the jurors. I'm not sure how many they have to have. If they've got 12 juries, so long as it's like 7 or more, or sometimes they put a limit on it, or 8 or more. Some fluctuate. They don't usually go for a, it's, no one can abstain, so like a 6-6 doesn't go anywhere. Oh, yeah, it does, a retrial. I'm calling a retrial. So, hopefully not that. So I think it has to be like, I don't know, 10-4, 2 against, and, she's, pending on that. Whoop, baby shoes. I don't even know what kind of shoes those are. Never wear them myself, they're not comfortable. But, anywho, okay. We are, not done till tomorrow morning. Problem is, they are, this, what do you say, start at 9, so again, that's 5 for me. I could start, but I've got doctor's appointments. The rest of them, I got, my time, I got to be out of here, 7:15, and then possibly back maybe an hour or two, pending how long the first one takes. Yeah, I might be able to get an hour or two after, and then my next appointment. Yeah, I'm thinking out loud. You really don't need to hear that. Be just my luck if I if only 30 minutes each. I might be able to get the opening or closing arguments in, and then they're gonna break, and then I come back until 2, which would be 11 for me. And I've got it's cutting it close. Cutting it close. Well, might be able to do it. Well, we'll play it by ear and find out tomorrow. That's... Anywho, I hope you enjoyed the tunes. I know, some of them repeat. Sorry. Well, no, I'm not sorry. That's just, what I'm doing. Plus, with some of them are tunes in work, so you heard some of them sounded very close to being the same, because they essentially were. I was just playing with music adjustments, chorus, standard goof. Some of them I think were pretty cool. Some of them came out really well. But You know, I happen to like the theremin, so sorry about that. Now, a lot of people can't stand them. I grew up in the '60s. So late '60s, early '70s is me, and every science fiction you tuned into to watch all had the theremin in it. So, you know, Star Trek theremin, lots of everything had theremins in it. The Thing from Another, boy, I could mention that one again. The Thing from Another World, or the original The Thing, the black and white, the really, really, really good one. Go watch it. It's not that long either. And actually it would make a pretty good, like a one-stage play. You could do it. You could pull it off. But anyhow, boy, did I go off on a tangent there. Yeah, okay, so I will see you in the morning. Again, this is the Kelsey Fitzsimmons fundraiser. The money goes straight to the Give, Send, Go. Not a GoFundMe. It's a different people. But that goes straight into that. I have nothing to do with it other than posting a link for it. Please do, because she's still got these guys to pay for. And she's going to have lawyers again in a couple of weeks for the family trial. So, you know, when dealing with law issues and lost her house, thanks to douchebag. One douchebag writes one application for an RO and all of this from his, well, actually more of his mom and his sister probably wrote it, and he's probably standing there, you know, taking the crayons away from him because he's eating them. Excuse me, sorry. That snuck up on me. So, anyhow, all of this, because they got into a fight during the Jack and Jill party, which is a bachelor party and a bachelorette party being held at the same place at the same time. Don't ever do that. That is stupid. Well, and who knows what all took place in that party. But, you know, what did she say? 4 months away from the wedding? And then this party? And then a couple days later, or whatever happened, people sobered up and people got pissed or something? I don't know. We'll never know. You know, douchebag's always going to say, you know, he's Johnny Clean and he didn't do anything wrong. And despite his military training and wanting to be a Green Beret, somehow managed to get punched in the face 3 times in a row. I guess his way of combat is punching people in the fist with his face. Yeah, then he kicked him in the foot with his groin. And there was none of that. I'm aware of. I was just making fun. So, unbelievable. No proof. 1 affidavit, 1 RO. He never said a damn thing to her other than sipping her at a park that we know of. She ends up getting shot because they want her baby. They want her dog. The dog, man. I mean, bad enough they're taking the baby, but now they're taking the dog. That's a country song. You know? Did he want her pickup too? Probably has more gas than his does. And again, he's a fireman or an EMS, EMT. You know, I don't know if he's a paramedic. He's probably didn't make it the paramedic. I think that EMT and then paramedic. More training to be a paramedic than an EMT, if I'm not mistaken. It could be the other way around, but I think the paramedic has more training than an EMT. But anyways, he's one or the other, and attached to the fire department. So, that's fair money. I mean, it's an income, probably pretty good. I mean, or better than, working at McDonald's. Although, well, in California, McDonald's pays now $20 an hour for an entry level job. Yeah. Anyways, I couldn't even tell you how long it took me in life before I ever had a job that paid $20 an hour. Anyhow, but he's employed. He lives at home with his parents. So what's his rent? Do they even give him a rent? No, but I'm guessing probably not. Just so long as I guess he cleans his room, and maybe does he have to mow the lawns on weekends? Probably not. They probably have a landscaper. Just bringing that up. Not a clue. But, okay, so, he's full-time employed. Good job. Should be good pay. Lives at home. Probably no rent. He has no money for gas in his truck. He is an EMT/fireman, and you're required to have your radio on 24/7 in case you get that beep code and the announcement of, who needs to show up. If they need extra people, or, certain engines replying, and then I think there's a code for additional. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I had a brother-in-law years ago. My sister's husband. He was a fireman. Volunteer. Well, not a volunteer. Well, yeah, he was a volunteer for a while, and then he got on like part-time with the fire department. No, he got on. Yeah, he got on full. Yeah. But he always had a radio on, and anytime it started chirping, he had to stop what he was doing and listen. But anyhow, getting back to the point, he's employed full time, living at home. Somehow, he doesn't have money for gas. Where is all of his money going? Besides, up his nose, or, accused of LSD that he keeps in the freezer. No reason for that. LSD is completely stable at room temperature. Dots, stamps, liquid. Apparently he's done mushrooms. That they don't need refrigeration. It's airtight. Obviously he loves pot. At least that's, assume it's pot. Again, with the video footage I've seen, you can't make out if he's lighting from the top, trying to light his crack pipe, marijuana pipe, whatever, the same. They look exactly the same. The only difference is lighting from the top, it's going to be something like a tobacco or a marijuana, where you're burning something or getting something, to burn, versus if you're lighting it on the bottom of the pipe, you're melting something, and that's usually stuff more like crack. And I don't think he's into doing heroin. I don't know, they find a bunch of burnt aluminum squares laying around in his bedroom or something. Smell funky. Who knows? But again, and drinking. And he loves drinking. Drinks a lot. Again, like was brought out, he shows up at the fire department for his shift, and often, he's got the shakes so bad from alcohol, trying to sober up before going to work and not there. So he loots the firehouse cooking wine, because that's got an alcohol base to it, so that helped him stable out. And that's why I also make the joke about there's probably no vanilla extract, because that has a very high alcohol content inside a small bottle, chug. Yeah, that's, real good. And and obviously, loves to smoke his pot. All those are, well, the alcohol, they tend to turn a blind eye to alcohol, especially in, Boston and Massachusetts and whole, apparently. And plus, a stressful job like police, fire, etc. When you get off your shift, you probably want to go have a brewski and, yeah, we got it. But, if you're smoking pot and then driving to work and, you're at the station, not allowed to do that. Not allowed to do any drugs like that. Even if pot's legal in the state or legal with a license in the state, it doesn't matter. Or illegal in the state. It don't matter because it's part of the police, fireman and EMT is you have to be sober, clean. Well, I'm not sure about clean, but you better be able to pass your drug testing. I'm quite sure they test for, pot for sure. And, apparently he probably couldn't do it. I better yet, man, if you pulled the hair off this dude and analyzed that, who knows? Who knows? But, this dickwad fills out a piece of paper, and that's what caused all this shit. And obviously he wanted money because, again, he wasted no time breaking into, her place. Thank God Dad had the security cameras up and running. And we're on a cloud service, or it's probably stored to his own server. If he has a security company, he probably doesn't have it going up into the cloud. He probably has it going straight to a server at his work, which would be even better. But, because, when he broke in, I'm just getting, some things that I need, and the police said I could do it. Well, I don't think the police said you can smash, the cameras and destroy the security equipment. I don't think they would have said yet. Well, they probably would. You can do it. Oh, my lovey, you can do it. I got a picture in front of you right now. You do whatever you want. Sergeant. As in, that was a sergeant talking. And then you have the lieutenant he spoke to going, well, we can send a car. If we can find a car, I'll have to, put a page out for car 54, where are you? Oh, that's what I should pull up, but I'm trying to close out, trying to land this thing. So. And if he wins, as I said earlier, you know full well he's not going to be the one taking care of the kid. It's going to be mom. He's only used his son's name once that I've heard. And I've seen in testimonies, and I've heard from him when he's talking to the cops, making threats that he's going to do something illegal and wants their permission, or he'll get nasty with the cops. Whatever. I don't think anyone. Well, plus he had no problem name dropping. He's a fireman, or he'll be going there with firemen, kind of, taking a little. He's including his employers and other co-workers into his cohorts. Not good, and I'm quite sure the fire department doesn't want to be known or be listed in him hiring other firemen to go do something illegal. And, they got caught on film, on camera. Well, not film, no one uses film. They have digital proof, digital proof of who all he brought in. So if other ones are firemen, They may be on suspension too, pending on engaging in a criminal act. Allegedly. This one's messed up. Something else I was beating on, I derailed myself on. I had a point I was going with one of these points, and I completely didn't hone anything. Oh yeah, I think it was really the money angle. Getting back to that, when he did break in. Okay, yeah, all right, there we go. Now I'm back on point. When he did break in and destroy the video equipment, that's when he also, stole her passport, stole cash, probably. I don't know if there was really a 55-inch TV that disappeared, or whether that was just used as an example kind of thing. So I'm not sure about that, but steals her laptop, steals her birth certificates, steals everything he needs to to impersonate her, which he does, and that's identity theft, possibly even wire fraud, because he's committing actions over the phone illegally to move funds. To check on that, but probably. I mean, he probably has some, federal crimes in there. Changing her retirement benefits to him, or like her 401k, cash it out or whatever. He probably took out an insurance policy on her, or if she did have insurance, he probably made sure he was a recipient, and probably left his kid off of it. Again, he, probably didn't take the floorboards with him, or yeah, I know full well after she was shot, he was really planning on her being dead, and he's snagging everything to make a fortune. Oh yeah, he also wanted oh, come on, Scott. Child support. And since, he's planning on her being in prison for several years, the only way, she can afford child support to pay him would be to, sell her house, which she's had to do anyhow to cover some of these bills. But he wanted the house, he wanted the house sold so he can get the money from that too. So her 401k, insurance, cash, returning gifts, keeping cash. Man, probably his drug supplier was happy because he finally paid his bill. I don't know. Again, court had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and the grand jury had more than reasonable doubt. Well, grand jury has a lower level, but still, I think they only passed on, maybe, possible harm by pointing a bang at his face. Allegedly. It's a he said, she said. Mr. Police Officer and his incredible story, making our lovely heroiness here. Oh, douchebag, I said heroiness, not heroin, which could be a heroin, but not the one you're thinking of, douchebag. Probably a little SOB. Oh yeah, don't forget, Mr. I want to be in the Army, and he enrolled and went to basic training and passed that. Then went into additional training and became, an airborne guy. Passed his jump certs. that's fun. But, you know, all it takes is one bad jump. And Johnny ain't jumping no more. There's a song I haven't heard in a while. Ain't gonna jump no more. It gets pretty gory towards the end. But anyhow, it's just a cadence song. You know, for marching, keeping yourself in stride. Yeah. So, I mean, he got through that without, you know, landing on his head. And then went into, oh, geez, a special, no, you ain't working with, no, so a special operations group. Well, that'd be SOG. I don't think he made it into the SOG. But he was winning, you know, additional training to try to get into special forces, in particular Green Berets, okay? So, you know, he wants to be, you know, I won't say John Wayne because I like John Wayne a lot, and I won't put the two in the same line. Yeah, I mean, Sergeant York, but he doesn't know who Sergeant York is. Whoever, you know, he wants to be. What was the guy in World War II that had all the most highly decorated young kid too? Can't remember his name. Anyhow, this guy wanted to be a Green Beret, and when he heard 2 gunshots, what he thought were 3 gunshots, you saw the footage, or hopefully you saw the footage, when he was in the basement, he heard those, man, he ran over the empty suitcase, hauled ass, you know, he's in the basement that feeds into the driveway, or the garage, he hauls ass out the garage, around the corner, biffs it, and kept right on running, with a piss trail going all the way back. Yeah. That's the kind of a few good men the Army want. I don't know, guys. Something else is on my mind. Well, I've got a little window where we're done early, and we're 5.5, 5 3/4 hours into it, and so that, you know, compared to normally it's about like 7. If I find what I'm looking for, though. Probably ban it on YouTube anyhow, even though I do believe it's a non-copyright. Sorry for the dead air. I found what I wanted, and it's... Oh, there we go. I have the lyrics a little wrong.
And he surely shook with pride. He checked on his equipment and made...
Sorry. Glory, glory, hallelujah.
He was just a rookie trooper, and he surely shook with pride. He checked all his equipment and made sure his pack was tight. He had to sit and listen to those awful engines roar. You ain't gonna jump no more. Gory, gory, what a hell of a way to die. Gory, gory, what a hell of a way to die. Gory, gory, what a hell of a way to die. He ain't gonna jump no more. Zoom, 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 zoom.
We'll leave it there. Probably get a strike on that. Hopefully you heard that. I didn't double check to see what went through. Oh well, if not, I'm just looking silly. Alright, guys. See you tomorrow morning. Oh, what the hell was that? And, well, take it from there. Sabos.